is much, much deeper than simply the supreme leader. To have a real regime change, you've got to go very deep into that leadership cadre and eliminate the Revolutionary Guard, which is why a campaign to achieve those objectives will take some extended period, I think.
John Bolton there, exclusive with Padmaja Joshi. Moving on, an Iranian drone has struck near the U.S. consulate in Dubai, triggering a security scare in the Gulf. According to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Shahid 136 drone slammed into a parking lot adjacent to the consulate building yesterday, sparking a small fire. Rubio confirmed that all U.S. personnel are accounted for. Dubai authorities say the blaze was quickly extinguished and no casualties were reported. In the aftermath, police ramped up security, sealed off roads around the consulate and increased patrol presence overnight. I have live with me Anjana Sarkar from Abu Dhabi. Anjana, thanks for joining me live at this point. We've just heard from our folks in Dubai about what happened near the U.S. consulate. From you, I want to understand the aftermath of it all. Tell us more about the flights in the area. Are they taking off or not? The mood in the region at this point, because even while you do have people walking on the streets, that sense of nervousness remains, especially after what we're seeing on our screens from last night.
Thank you for having me. Yes, we did have a strike on the U.S. consulate, as was confirmed by the U.S. authorities and also by the UAE authorities. There was a fire, basically. I think the target, the debris fell near a parking lot which is very close to the building. And the consulate building in Dubai is somewhere in an urban area. So the roads around the place, around the building has been sealed off. And there's definitely something that we have to look into is Iran had 2 days ago said they will continue attacking the U.S. targets, the U.S. assets in the Gulf region. And we saw the strike at the U.S. embassy in Riyadh. And now the very next day, we see this here at the consulate. So Iran is definitely escalating the strikes, the U.S. assets. And if you ask me about the worry in the region, of course, this is one of the safest country. And on 4th consecutive days, when these strikes keep happening, and these are indiscriminate strikes, I must say, into the urban areas, into the economic and tourist hub of the UAE. But one thing I want to tell your audience through this live is, when it comes to these escalations, there are two major fears for the people residing in the UAE. And those two fears have been clearly categorically allayed by the UAE authorities. So I will tell you these two fears. One is definitely, if these escalations continue, if these aerial threats continue, how long can the country defend itself? That's a question a lot of people were asking, debating. So yesterday, the top authorities of the UAE said UAE possess enough multi-layered dynamic air defense systems that can sustain this defense, and they can do it even if Iran continues this indefinitely. So that is allaying this fear and nervousness. The second fear is definitely how we will feed the population here in the UAE, because this is a country which is totally dependent on imports for food items. And that also the UAE has said, because, there could be panic buying. People were discussing about, should we be stocking up food? But the UAE authorities have clearly said that they have enough. The supplies are steady, and they have enough to last for at least 4 to 6 months.
All right.
So I think in that sense, there is no panic, there is no anxiety or fear in the UAE.
Anjana, thanks for joining me live there from Abu Dhabi. We'll keep coming back to you for more. But now I'm also joined by Raja Karthikeya. He's an expert on Iran. Thank you for joining me here on Breaking Ground, Raja. You've spent years inside Iran's political and security ecosystem and were there during the 2025 war, if I'm not mistaken. From your understanding of the regime's power structure, how stable is the system right now after the killing of Khamenei, and who really is in control of the decision-making in Tehran, Raja?
Thank you for having me on the show, Vedika. Iran has, since 1979, the Islamic Republic has a fairly robust structure. It has a very strong state apparatus. There are at least four parts of the state. There is the part of the state that is made up of clerics, and then there is a part of the state that consists of the parliament, and then there is the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, and then there is the state apparatus that consists of bureaucrats, highly qualified technocrats. Now, as far as the power structure is concerned, on the top certainly is the clerical system, and that's where you have two bodies. One is called the Assembly of Experts, which only meets every once in a while, and they're responsible for selecting a new supreme leader, and they also have the power to impeach a supreme leader. So right now, the idea is to reconvene an Assembly of Experts in order to select a new supreme leader after the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In the interim, there is a transition council, as you have seen, which, as per the Iranian constitution, it consists of the president, the chief justice, and a senior member of the Guardian Council. And this is the other major clerical body. The Guardian Council effectively works as the upper house of parliament. They check whether every law passed by parliament is in adherence to the form of Sharia that is practiced in Iran, and they are quite influential. So one of the senior most clerics, that is Ayatollah Arifi, actually, he is part of this transition council. So this transition council is governing Iran while...
Yes, Raja, do stay with me for a moment, because I want to come back to you in a moment from now, even on Mojtaba Khamenei, who is now the center of power in Tehran. Reports say Iran's Assembly of Experts have elected Mojtaba Khamenei as the country's new supreme leader, succeeding his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed last month on the 28th of February. The move marks a dramatic and historic transition in the Islamic Republic. Mojtaba Khamenei, the second son of Khamenei, is widely seen as a powerful figure behind the scenes. In his father's office, he is believed to be to have and enjoy close ties with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and is known for his hardline conservative views. He holds a clerical rank below the full status of Ayatollah, making his elevation both politically and religiously significant. Iran now enters a new chapter with power staying firmly within the Khamenei family. Raja, coming back to you, let's just talk about the man that I have just told our viewers more about in this case. I want to understand from you how symbolic, how significant is this power passing on from the father to the son?
Frankly, I'm not so sure. I mean, I understand this succession, has been endorsed by the Assembly of Experts. I'm not sure how popular it will be, even among the clergy, because there were multiple candidates for the role of the supreme leader. There was also, for example, the former president Raisi, who was killed in an air crash in 2024, was also considered a candidate. Now, there are a few members from the Guardian Council who are also talked about as candidates. The role of the supreme leader of the Iranian revolution, that's the full title of this particular role. It's something that's very unique to Iran. It's slightly above the president, and it was never meant to be hereditary. I mean, any possibility of something being hereditary in this case, would if it is perceived as being hereditary, I'm sure it will lead to more controversy. And I'm not sure that this is going to, help the system consolidate.
Okay.
Maybe it's possible in the immediate term. Despite people grumbling, they rally around him. But I'm sure there will be a lot of grumbling right now.
All right. Thanks for joining me there, Raja. Appreciate you being with us here on Breaking Ground this afternoon. I have another guest joining me now. She is Elnaz Narouzi, an Iranian actor. Elnaz, thank you for speaking to me here on Breaking Ground. There's so much happening in Iran right now. You were born in Iran and lived there as a child, if I'm not mistaken. Have you been speaking to your friends, perhaps your family within Iran right now? What's the sense you're getting of the mood there while this conflict has entered day 5?
Hi, thank you for having me. Well, at the moment, I don't have any communication with my family or friends in Iran, as there is a blackout again, like always when there is unrest in Iran. We do know that we were told to stay at home and not go out, so that all the civilians are safe. That's what President Trump has said, and that's what our Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has said, for everybody to be inside their homes because that's where they're safe. And to be very honest, when the protests happened in January or even in December, people felt more unsafe then than they're feeling now during a war.
Elnaz, I want to understand from you, we were just speaking to Raja there about the succession that has been reported, that Khamenei's second eldest son will be taking over as the supreme leader. What's the sense you're getting? You've been, you were born and brought up in Iran. You have friends there. I'm sure there have been conversations around this right now. Of course, a blackout has impeded your conversations with them. But what is your reaction to this news coming in?
See, just like always in the past 47 years, there are people coming into power that the Iranian people have not chosen. The same happened with Ali Khamenei. Now there is another supreme leader coming that nobody has chosen. The whole point in Iran and what Iranians are trying to communicate since many, many, many years, 47 to be precise, is the fact that we would like to choose our leader. We would like to vote. If you remember, in 2009, there was a huge protest. Millions and millions of people came on the roads and they were chanting, "Where is our vote?" That was the whole point. And there also a lot of people died because people realized this is not the person we voted for, but this is the person who's in office now. So this has been going on for 47 years, and now they're choosing another supreme leader again. They just chose a supreme leader, Arafi, who none of the Iranians really knew, and then they striked him and killed him as well. Now it's going to be the son of Ali Khamenei, which again, nobody has chosen. So we have no comments to that. What are we going to say?
Elnaz, you were born in Iran and you lived there as a child, as I pointed out right at the top. Tell me about your earliest memories of growing up under that system. You've spoken about being stopped by the morality police. When was it that your family eventually left Iran? What was the moment your parents realized it's time to leave?
I don't think there was a moment where my parents realized they need to leave during my childhood. I think this is something they knew when the revolution happened in 1979. I was born into this whole mess. Me and many other Iranians were born into this. And for as long as I remember, my parents were talking about leaving because life was already so terrible in Iran. And unfortunately, this is such a sad, sad part of our lives that so many Iranians, more than 5 million Iranians are in the diaspora, and they live in America, in Australia, in Europe, all over the world because they don't have great lives in Iran. And when I look at the situation right now, my heart breaks for each and every Iranian that is inside of Iran but didn't have the chance to leave. Because this is not a conversation of yesterday or a month back or a year back. This is a conversation that's been going on since 47 years. My parents have lived it. My generation has lived it. The generation after me is living it. And unfortunately, you cannot make 19 million Iranians leave the country. So what you have to do is get the country back. And that's what Iranians have been trying forever and ever. The only problem is that right now, everybody cares about it because of the war. But before this, we Iranians have been talking about this constantly, but nobody would really hear us.
Before I let you go, what would your message be to fellow Iranians, those who are held in the midst of this conflict within the country?
I really don't know what kind of a message I can give the Iranians within the country. The only thing that we can say is stay strong, stay in your homes, hope for better days. We know all of the Iranians know that there is no other way out other than getting help from the outside. For many, many years, people go on the roads, protest. Every 1 or 2 years, there are big protests. The regime retaliates with killing the innocent civilians. So the civilians go back into their homes, go back to the normal lives that they have, the normal lives where they have to literally take loans to buy eggs, where they have no jobs, no work, no future. All we can say is we hope that the world wakes up and understands that we need help because we're empty-handed.
Elnaz, thank you for speaking to me here on Breaking Ground. Of course, this is a difficult moment for you as well as fellow Iranians, not only inside Iran at this point, but across the world. Thank you once again for taking time out to speak to us on this Mideast crisis. Slipping to a short break, news and updates will continue in moments from now here on Breaking Ground. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
That brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered, 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts debates,
war-struck country,
hard questions,
in the Ukraine,
30 years of trust.
in the Kargil area, North Ukraine, in France, in Italy, at Srinagar, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom, only on NDTV.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same. Ganti baji, jingle, 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 jingle. Bas aaj ka jingle, 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 jingle. Chal kare thode single, 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 single. Kyunki tu hai single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
All right, team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the
Welcome back. Over the last 48 hours, India has reviewed its energy and trade situation with Union Minister Piyush Goyal informing that a key meeting has already taken place between stakeholder ministries. Goyal said that an interministerial group for supply chain resilience has been created, comprising members from Department of Financial Services, Ministries of External Affairs, Shipping, Ports, Petroleum and even Customs. The minister assured that the government is committed to enabling a stable and responsive trade environment for our traders and exporters amid rising tensions. Goyal's statements come after government sources yesterday confirmed that India was in a comfortable position with over 6 to 8 weeks of crude reserves and ample LPG, LNG stocks. Meanwhile, as low-cost drones are making waves, India is quietly making its own indigenous Sheshnag drone. First images of the indigenous drone have emerged. NDTV's managing editor brings you more.
This is called the Sheshnag. It's a drone that is currently making headway in trials and development tests that are taking place in Karnataka. I've gotten my hands on the first new images of Sheshnag as it undergoes those trials towards possible adoption by the Indian Armed Forces. It is a cheap to build swarming attack drone that is guided by very advanced algorithms and software code that allows them to swarm and saturate enemy defenses. And in fact, Samir Joshi, who runs the company that's pioneering these drones, is right here live with us on the show. Samir, to you first then, great to see the Sheshnag, making headway in developments. I can imagine how complicated it is, to get a product like this out there and develop it and test it in this manner. What can you tell us about it? Because you've got the war going on in Iran, machines very much like this one are out there and being used in combat. Tell us a little bit about the Sheshnag. What does it bring to the table?
Yeah, so Shiv, Sheshnag is exactly what you have been talking about for a while. We realized that creation of that mass, especially coming from how the initial Shahid class drones and the Russian version of the Gerans were used across in Ukraine, and we still see these effects. They're only getting more potent. We definitely see that the spectrum of weapon systems available to the Indian MOD over a period of time will feature some very high precision, high targeting platforms like BrahMos, the Scalp air launch platforms, down to the route to something more, cheaper, more available in numbers, which can be scaled very fast, and more important, which can be used as a mask to penetrate layered air defense. So that is where we started working on the Sheshnag. Sheshnag is largely the mythological snake, which has many heads. So this system, being a swarming system, is kind of inspired by that name. So this system is also something which can package a huge amount of explosives together in sync with similar platforms across the world. So we are aiming for a 1,000 kilometer range and carrying a large package of warhead which may be significant to the mission needs of the armed forces.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has condemned Iran attacking the Gulf countries in the last 48 hours. Prime Minister Modi spoke with 9 Gulf leaders, condemning the attack and discussing regional stability.
With the Middle East war escalating, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not just condemned the attacks, but has also been speaking with all prominent Gulf leaders, further condemning the military strikes by Iran in these countries and also signalling deep disapproval of Tehran's indiscriminate targeting of Gulf countries. In the last 48 hours, Prime Minister Modi has spoken with 8 world leaders in the Gulf region, safeguarding nearly 9 million Indians living in West Asia. The rapid series of calls comes as attacks in parts of the Gulf have raised concerns over the safety of the Indian diaspora and the stability of a region critical to India's strategic and economic interests. In the last 48 hours, Prime Minister Modi has spoken with 8 world leaders: UAE, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, Qatar. During the conversation, Prime Minister Modi condemned the attacks on the Gulf countries and conveyed India's concerns and discussed the well-being of Indian community in their country. Among the latest conversations was a phone call with the Amir of Qatar, Tamim bin Ahmed Al Thani, during which Prime Minister Modi condemned the attacks on Qatar and thanked the Amir for the support and care extended to the Indian community in the country. The centre has been closely monitoring the situation with the Cabinet Committee on Security, also reviewing developments and directing all required assistance should be extended to affected Indians. India has clearly spelled out its stance and has called for de-escalation, regional peace, security and stability. Further asserting New Delhi's consistent position in favour of the peaceful resolution of conflicts. India has called for maximum restraint as well. In its official response to the rapidly evolving situation, the government said that it is deeply concerned about the developments in Iran and Gulf region and emphasized that dialogue and diplomacy should be pursued to end tensions.
On that note, we're slipping a short break. I'll be back with the headlines and top stories on this rolling coverage on NDTV 24/7 in moments from now. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
West Asia at war. Netanyahu thanks Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke to him at length yesterday, thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth.
Israel opposition leader Yair Lapid speaks to NDTV.
Is there gonna be an Iranian Gandhi who will free his own people from oppression? So it's up to them.
Israel Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar on NDTV.
Israel and US going to leave Iran in a complete chaos? Do you think that there will be a civilian leader who could take over?
Not Israel and not the US will decide who will lead the Iranian people.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke to him at length yesterday, thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
Affect the entire world.
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices,
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay, yeah.
NDTV Creators Month.
You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedika Sood. Here's wishing our viewers a very happy Holi. We continue with our rolling coverage on the Middle East war. We're going to start with the headlines at the top of 2 p.m. Iran unleashes fresh attacks on U.S. bases in Middle East. After U.S. consulate, Iran attacks U.S. base in Bahrain, Qatar. Iran continues to pound Israel. New wave of ballistic missiles launched by Iran. Israel sounds alarm. U.S. President Donald Trump's strategy to escalate war with Iran. U.S. media says Trump open to supporting armed militias in Iran to take on the Iran regime. No final decision on providing arms yet. Hezbollah targets residential area in Israel. Hezbollah's direct hit on house in Israel, 4 injured. Israel hits back with missiles attack across Lebanon. Mojtaba, son of Khamenei, elected Iran's new supreme leader, chosen Khamenei's successor by Iran's assembly of experts. Let's bring you the updates at the top of 2 p.m. Loud explosions are being reported in eastern Tehran. Back-to-back Israeli attacks on Iran is being reported at this point. According to the Israeli Air Force, they say that the Air Force has now begun a wave of extensive strikes targeting the infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime in Tehran. Meanwhile, Iran has reiterated amid attacks no negotiations with Washington. Ghazali joining me live. Ghazali, 2 updates there. The first being that loud explosions have been heard in Tehran, and the second is Iran once again stating that there will be no negotiations with Washington.
See, attacks continuing in both territories, in Israel, in Lebanon and in Tehran. Both the parties are attacking each other. Hezbollah has also joined in, and due to that, we are seeing intensive strikes in Lebanon's urban areas, basically in the national capital of Beirut and suburban areas which shares border with Israel. Now, as far as negotiations are concerned, we are also looking out at one of the tweets by Mr. Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, who has said that it all happened, the entire war broke out when the negotiations were on. So how can Iran trust more negotiations or another round of negotiations as long as they don't avenge the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, who was killed on the day 1 of this war. So it certainly looks like that there will be some hard bargaining by Iran, and it is also going to be decided as per the kind of damage Israel sort of incurs on Iran during this attack.
Thanks for joining me live from the newsroom. That's the latest that we have for you, getting you updates from both ends, Iran as well as Israel. Now, let's take you through some of the defining images at this hour of the widespread impact this conflict has had, not only in Iran and Israel, but across the Gulf nations. Huge plume of smoke seen in Beirut's skyline as Israel continues to pound Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah. Beirut woke up to sounds of drones targeting the city. Iran continues to target U.S. bases. Iran drones have now targeted U.S. base in Bahrain. The military base in Sakir area has been hit. The night sky over Jerusalem flashes with interceptions as fresh Iranian rocket salvos streak in. Sirens blare across multiple cities, forcing residents repeatedly into shelters. The non-stop missile fire shows no signs of easing as tensions intensify. Video has emerged which shows an Iranian missile that failed and fell within Iranian territory. The missile failed and reportedly hit civilians in the area. Israel confirms strikes on what it calls an Iranian nuclear development facility, including the Minzidai compound. Tel Aviv says the site was linked to weapons development. The operation signals a direct attempt to cripple Iran's nuclear infrastructure. The UK Ministry of Defence releases footage it says shows British F-35 jets intercepting hostile drones over Jordan, the first such combat operation. The jets, backed by RAF Typhoons and refueling aircraft, were launched after a Shahed drone evaded radar near Akrotiri. US and Israeli forces attacked Mehrabad airport in Tehran. After the strikes, thick black smoke rose over the city. A passenger plane was destroyed following the US-Israeli attack on the airport. Israel and US continue to bombard Iran. The video here shows aftermath of US-Israeli bombing on Azadi Square in Tehran. Images from Manab in Iran, where a girls' school was hit, show crowds mourning. The UN had called the strike that reportedly killed 150 students, quote-unquote, absolutely horrific. Iran has released footage of Khyber-Shikan missiles that are being used to target US-Israeli targets. These are the same missiles that were used to target Israeli Prime Minister's office. Video has been shared by Iran media showing Chinese workers who captured moments of Iranian missile strikes on targets in the UAE. Tracking the latest coming in at this hour, as per reports, Iranian drones targeted the US base in Erbil in Iraq. In Bahrain, the drones targeted the US base in the Sakhir area, while in Qatar, an Iranian missile slammed into the Al Udeid air base. Important to note that in Pakistan, the US has told non-emergency staff in consulates, both in Karachi and Lahore, to leave the country with their families. This comes after over 20 people died in the protests in the aftermath of Khamenei's killing. As per the Wall Street Journal, Trump is open to supporting groups in Iran willing to take up arms to dislodge the regime. Reports suggest that Donald Trump has spoken to Kurdish leaders over the weekend. The United States Central Command has issued a statement on the operation in Iran, saying that Iran launched about 550 ballistic missiles and 2,000 drones. US CENTCOM went on to add that they were squeezing Iran from the sea and launched one-way attack drones. Slamming Iran, Trump said that the Iranian regime is full of quote-unquote sick people.
If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war and they would have taken out many countries, because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry, they're crazy, they're sick.
Now, in retaliation, the Iranian regime has launched over 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones. We're squeezing Iran from the sea and have them backed into their own ports. Operationally, the two most powerful air forces in the world, the U.S. and Israel are dominating the skies of the world's largest state sponsor of terror. The U.S. Army fired long-range precision strike missiles called PRISMs in combat, providing an unrivaled deep strike capability. Also for the first time, U.S. Central Command's drone task force called Task Force Scorpion Strike launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects.
America's largest radar in the Gulf region has been destroyed. Satellite imagery has now confirmed this damage, citing IRGC Public Relations Office. Tehran Times and other outlets have said that the radar has a tracking range of 5,000 kilometers. The strike occurred during the first wave of Iranian retaliation on Saturday. The radar system is reportedly worth roughly $1.1 billion. The installation is located near Al-Khor, near the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Satellite imagery shows scorched ground, debris and signs of firefighting at that site. The US strikes on Iran came over the weekend, but this isn't the first time that the US president has chosen a weekend to attack. US had attacked Venezuela over the weekend as well, and same was the case with the attack in Nigeria. Here's a special report that breaks down this US strategy.
America's dead of the night operation in Venezuela. US and Israel's joint strikes on Iran. Both the big attacks on weekend, when Trump, the commander-in-chief, pulls the trigger. He takes the cue from Trump, the businessman. Venezuela and Iran are not the only two examples. On December 25, 2025, a Christmas holiday, Trump approved an attack on the Islamic State in Nigeria. On June 22, 2025, again a Sunday, the US launched airstrikes on Iran, hitting its nuclear facilities. Attacks on weekends is not a coincidence. It seems a calibrated and deliberate strategy with an eye on the markets. Global stock markets operate from Monday to Friday with no trading over the weekend. If military action takes place on Monday, investors would react to the news in real time, causing a sudden sell-off and crash. But when there is a 48-hour market silence over a weekend, it gives investors time to speculate. After the Iran strikes, US stocks initially experienced a sudden sell-off when markets opened on Monday. However, they managed to recover by the close of the trading day. Another big reason is oil. An attack like this on a working day may send oil prices into a spiral. A weekend strike again gives countries 2 days to calibrate. Whether it's war or business, or the business of war, timing is of essence. An NDTV Bureau report.
In news just coming in, Iran has made a big claim. It claims that there's been an attack on oil tankers, 10 of them. These oil tankers have been hit in the Strait of Hormuz, according to Iran. Key global oil route is, of course, being attacked by Iran. And just recently, for the fourth or fifth time, they had earlier today declared that they have control of the Strait of Hormuz, which is now a war zone. But that's the latest that we have for you. Iran is targeting key global oil route, which is the Strait of Hormuz. We believe that 10 oil tankers have been hit in the Strait of Hormuz, because of which oil and gas prices also, because of this region being under the control of Iran, as they claim, has jumped as this conflict escalates. Oil and gas prices have surged as Iran continues to launch strikes across the Middle East and claim that they have control over the Strait of Hormuz. Shiv Arur joins me live from the newsroom. Shiv, what details can you share with us? We believe 10 oil tankers have been hit. This is a claim being made by Iran.
Vedika, this is a situation that is clearly going from bad to worse. Remember, Iran has reinforced its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz that it still currently controls, and it now claims that it has used drones either from the air or unmanned drone boats to attack and cripple 10 oil tankers that were attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz, which, as we know, Iran has said is a no passage zone as long as it is in control of this current situation. Now, we are getting images of some of those attacks, but like you said, there is no independent corroboration from the oil tanker operators themselves. This, as you know, comes 2 days after another oil tanker called the MKD Viewpoint was actually hit by a suicide drone boat deployed by Iran off the coast of Muscat in Oman, making it the first such attack using an unmanned surface boat laden with explosives, completely crippling that oil tanker and actually sending it back to port, and one person in their engine room was killed. The Strait of Hormuz and this particular region, this path, shipping lane, is a passage through where, Vedika, 60% of the world's oil actually travels. So if Iran is reinforcing and enforcing its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz by offensively targeting oil tankers either through drones or missiles or boats, or basically crippling them with offensive force, this is going to be a massive worry for the world. On your show yesterday, you'd reported the oil shock that was already being felt both in India and different parts of the world, but this is going to have global repercussions because, like I said, 60% of the world's oil energy travels through the Strait of Hormuz, 20% of India's energy travels through this particular path. I do know that the Indian Navy operates in the Persian Gulf. We've reached out to them to see if we can get any information about whether the Indian Navy might be drawn in some manner as well. But this is certainly a situation that is hotting up and probably spiraling out of control.
All right, Shiv, thanks for bringing us that update. That's the latest that we have for you coming in from the Strait of Hormuz. But once again, I want to reiterate, this is a claim being made by Iran. We will have to see what reactions come in on this development. Attacks have sharply escalated across the Middle East, and the latest Israel Air Force has targeted Hezbollah, bombing parts of South Beirut. This is Israel's continuous targeting of Hezbollah infrastructure inside Lebanon. Iran has also fired a fresh wave of ballistic missiles at Israel. Ballistic missiles were seen over Tel Aviv. As per US government, Iran had launched 500 missiles and 200 drones at them so far. Earlier, Iran's Mehrabad airport in Tehran was struck in a major blow as part of ongoing military action, with smoke seen over the capital following what Iranian sources describe as US-Israeli strikes on key targets. US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, maintained that Iran wanted to attack first and that the United States of America and Israel preempted that and attacked first.
We were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down.
Well, US and Israeli strikes have hit Iranian cities from Tehran to Qom, with Iran saying more than 150 urban areas have been targeted in hundreds of attacks since Saturday. The Assembly of Experts building in Qom was also damaged. 2 hospitals in the capital were evacuated and a deserted school was struck. Officials say 170 people were killed at a girls' school, most of them children. Iran has launched retaliatory strikes on US bases and oil facilities, denying civilian targets amid an ongoing escalation. Here's a report.
This appears safe in Iran. From the capital Tehran to the cities of Qom and Isfahan, joint US and Israel strikes are hitting densely populated areas, leaving widespread destruction and mass casualties. In the city of Qom, the building of Iran's Assembly of Experts was hit. That's the body that chooses the new supreme leader. In the capital Tehran, 2 hospitals were evacuated with medical equipment left covered in dust and debris. A deserted school was also struck, with books and desks left damaged. Iran says more than 150 cities have been hit nationwide in hundreds of attacks since Saturday. Among the earliest victims of this war are some of the youngest. Around 170 people were killed when a strike hit a girls' school on Saturday. Most of the victims were children. Forensic teams are working to identify the remains.
Look carefully at these ruins. This is a school that has been bombed with the missiles of the Zionist regime. People, look, this is a school, not a military site for anyone to claim it was a military area.
One by one, caskets draped with the Iranian flag are carried by grieving loved ones. A procession moves through a community overcome with grief as they bury a generation too young to understand the conflict that ended their young lives. Iran has launched retaliatory strikes around the region, targeting US bases and oil facilities, although Tehran denies targeting civilian sites. As plumes of smoke billow here in Tehran and around the country, it appears there is no end in sight to the escalating conflict. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
An Iranian drone has struck near the U.S. consulate in Dubai, triggering a security scare in the Gulf. According to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Shahid 136 drone slammed into a parking lot adjacent to the consulate building yesterday, sparking a small fire. Now, Rubio has confirmed that all U.S. personnel are accounted for. Dubai authorities say the blaze was quickly extinguished and no casualties have been reported. In the aftermath, the police have ramped up security, sealed off roads around the consulate and increased patrol presence overnight.
The objectives is being successful. The outcome of this war may be actual regime change, and that's where we are. Khamenei had a choice between his nuclear program and possible regime collapse, and the way it's looking right now, it's regime collapse. Yeah, we are seeing ballistic missiles, but they are down. They were down yesterday as far as percentage-wise, and I think it was down like 25%. We saw a very small number. Some armed with cluster munitions, but I think we're going to start to see an increase in drone activity because they're harder to detect, they're easier to launch. Yes, they don't carry as much of an impact, but they're still, as we've seen in the conflict in Ukraine, where the regime has supplied those drones, they've been harmful. What we don't see and what is not being reported is the battle damage assessment inside the Islamic Republic. So, the United States has hit, just alone the United States has hit over 2,000 targets, 2,000 different targets. They're continuing to degrade those kinetic capabilities of the regime and also target the hardliners like Ali Laranjani, eventually Mojtaba, who's now been elected. He was targeted in that one strike on his father. So they're going to degrade them militarily and then degrade their leadership.
Well, up till now, our civil defense and our military defense has been doing an effective job in deflecting the missiles coming towards the UAE. And this has been going on for the past few days. And we are very proud of our military system, as well as this demonstrates the readiness and the governance of the precautionary and the emergency protocols that has been put in place since years and years. And with whatever happened regarding the missile, the drone that was that fell near the U.S. consulate in Dubai, thank God there was no injuries, and this demonstrates the effectiveness of the UAE's emergency response. And despite the heightened regional tension, institutions will fully remain operational and security systems are fully intact and fully operational as intended.
Well, Iran's retaliatory strikes have hit the UAE hard. Attacks have targeted civilian infrastructure in a country that has built its reputation on being a safe haven of the region. More in this report.
Keep calm and carry on may as well be Layla Hashim's motto. The 16-year-old student lives in Dubai, which Iran has targeted with strikes.
I was very startled and scared, and then because of the social media, I read more about it and I understood the situation. And then I became more comfortable and I felt safe.
With Dubai under attack, Layla's school is shut. Its buses sit in the car park, idle. But Layla isn't. Her classroom is now a desk in her house.
Now that I'm working from home, obviously I feel safer than if I were to go to school because I'm still inside my house. But I still think all of my teachers, they're very nice. They all helped us with the situation and we're learning normally.
In the United Arab Emirates, foreigners are near 90% of the population. Many came seeking economic opportunities. And until last weekend, safety was a draw too. The UAE's government will be watching for signs an exodus is coming. For now, getting out is unlikely. Nearly all flights are still grounded. Dubai Airport is the biggest international transit hub in the world, and thousands of travellers are stranded. James Gaskin, passing through on his way back to the UK, is now settling into a Dubai hotel room. He doesn't know how long he'll be here.
The longer it goes on, the more edgy people are getting. There's a lot more people in reception, asking questions, trying to find out what the latest is. It just feels as if people are now, right, this is real and I don't really like it.
Rory Challens, Al Jazeera.
On that note, we're stepping a short break. News and updates will continue here on NDTV 24/7. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
Iran unleashes fresh attacks on U.S. bases in the Middle East after U.S. consulate. Iran attacks U.S. base in Bahrain and Qatar. Iran continues to pound Israel. New wave of ballistic missiles launched by Iran. Israel sounds alert. Hezbollah targets residential area in Israel. Hezbollah's direct hit on a house in Israel, 4 injured. Israel hits back with missile attacks on Lebanon. Mojtaba, son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, elected Iran's new supreme leader, chosen Khamenei's successor by Iran's Assembly of Experts.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. I am Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same. Ganti baji. Jingle, 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 jingle. Bas aaj ka. Jingle, 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 jingle. Chal kare thode. Sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl. Kyunki tu hai. Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा। जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसमे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine sarkar এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
There is a video circulating from somewhere in rural Iraq today, and I want to begin my show by showing it to you because it is perhaps more significant than any other video that we are looking at. It is undated with very little information around it, a dusty ground, a couple of locals, and with them, almost perfectly intact, is America's newest weapon of war. Not $1 million missile, but a drone that looks frankly like something assembled in a garage. And yet, this footage may be the single most telling image to emerge from Operation Epic Fury so far. This drone, the Iraqi locals have found, is called Lucas. That stands for Low Cost Uncrewed Combat Attack System. It's American. The price tag on this thing, just $35,000. It's a weapon of war, mind you. That's it, $35,000. 10 feet long, 8 feet wingspan, delta-shaped, propeller driven by a small internal combustion engine, very much like what you would find in a lawnmower. No sophisticated avionics housing, no stealth coating, foldable wings for easy storage, components that can be 3D printed. It cruises at a pretty slow speed, and it is designed for a one-way journey to its target. It is by design entirely expendable, which means the user has no problem losing it because it's so cheap. It is also a direct copy of Iran's Shahid 136. Let that thought just land for a moment. The United States of America, the most technologically advanced weapons producer in human history, the country that feels the very cutting edge of weapons like the F-35 stealth fighter, basically looked at a cheap Iranian drone and said, we need that. They captured damaged specimens from the battlefield in Ukraine, reverse engineered them, and handed the blueprints to an Arizona-based startup called SpectreWorks. The result is Lucas, and it flew in combat for the first time last Friday. Now, the Shahid 136 of Iran costs $20,000. It has been tearing through Ukrainian infrastructure for 3 years. It has been used by Iranian proxies to harass Gulf shipping, strike air bases, and exhaust billion-dollar air defense systems, one cheap intercept at a time. The strategic logic is brutal and it is elegant. Flood the sky with enough of these drones, very cheap drones, and even the best defended target bleeds dry trying to shoot them down. So America absorbed that lesson from Iran, that's the amazing irony, and turned it back on Iran. So back to that video. There's almost something cosmically ironic about watching Iraqi villagers manhandle this fallen machine in the dirt, turning it over with their hands and perhaps not quite knowing what they're looking at, because what they're holding is the physical embodiment of a shift in warfare that renders much of the old battle grammar obsolete. The super aircraft carrier groups, the stealth bombers, the precision-guided missiles worth millions each, they still matter. Nobody's saying they don't matter. But it is this crude, printable, lawnmower-engined thing and its Iranian twin that are eating the modern battlefield alive. And that's why this video tells the story of this war more than anything else in my view, and that's why it leads India Matters tonight. $35,000, I want you to think about that figure. It's nothing when it comes to the price of weapons. Take, for example, a Patriot missile, which is usually sent up to intercept one of these things. Each of those missiles costs about $3 million. The mathematics of modern warfare has completely changed with the use of such drones. And somewhere in a dusty field in Iraq, the evidence is sitting right there in front of us. And I want to show you just how cheap these drones are compared to more advanced drones that are used for similar missions. First of all, how do they actually change the game? They are low cost, which means they are expendable and there is no financial pinch. They are very, very easy to build. You saw that drone, a man was just manhandling it, which means they are elementary, they're rudimentary, they're simple and easy to build very quickly in large numbers at scale. Number 3, disproportionate capability for damage. You've seen the Shahids smashing into targets in different Gulf countries and causing untold damage, which means a $35,000 drone is capable of causing a geometrically more amount of damage than it was built for. It's cheap enough to deploy in swarms because the operator doesn't mind losing them. They can be sent out in large numbers. They deplete the air defenses of countries like Israel and others by forcing their air defense systems to constantly send out missiles to engage them. Therefore, you're depleting the enemy's air defenses. The attacker spends thousands of dollars. The defender spends millions of dollars. That is the mathematical key to how these drones actually work. Now let's show you a little bit about the figures. I showed you the Shahid drone, which is where this entire story started. They cost anywhere between $20,000 to $30,000 a piece. The Lucas drone, which was inspired by the Shahid and in fact was reverse engineered, is just slightly more costly at about $35,000. An Israeli suicide drone with similar capabilities called the Harop costs about $1 million. India operates these drones. Slightly more capable drones like the Hermes, which are more for surveillance, they cost about $6 million. The MQ-9 Reaper, which is the Rolls-Royce of attack drones, which are capable of firing missiles and staying in the air for extended periods of time, can you believe it? They cost about $30 million a piece. And then there's the Global Hawk, which is a very, very long range, very high altitude, absolutely advanced drone for surveillance purposes, costs $100 million, about as much as an advanced fighter aircraft. So where is $35,000 and where is $30 million? That is the kind of mathematics we're talking about, and that is the kind of range of prices we're talking about as far as drones are concerned. Now, a dirt cheap drone versus $1 million interceptor. I want you to think about this arithmetic as well, my friends. The cost of one Shahid drone or one Lucas drone is about $20,000 to $35,000, okay? The cost of one interceptor missile, one single interceptor missile that Israel or any other country will be forced to fire in order to intercept such a drone, costs anywhere between $1 million to $4 million. So you're firing a drone that costs about $20,000 and you're forcing your enemy to fire something as much as $4 million just to bring that down. The cost exchange ratio is 1:100 in favor of the attacker, and that is the advantage of such a drone. Iran's drone stockpile right now of Shahid drones is understood to be in the region of 80,000. Just think about that figure, 80,000 of those drones. The production capacity, 500 drones a month. Iran can fire 2,500 Shahid drones a day for the next 30 days if it has to, just to exhaust its existing stockpile. These are, of course, numbers that may come into question depending on the attacks that continue against Iran, but these are just some numbers to think about at this point of time. And joining me live now is Samir Joshi. He's a veteran Indian Air Force pilot, but more well known now as the founder and CEO of New Space Research Technologies, which is a cutting-edge startup that is building drone technology and combat electronics and algorithms for the Indian military. Samir, it's always good to have you. I know you're watching what's happening in the Gulf, in the Middle East, very closely, because it's as tragic as it is a live laboratory for many of the technologies that you and your team have been pioneering here in India as well. You know, we've been talking about the Shahid and its inspired copy, the Lucas. What is your sense, your assessment of how they're being used and the effects they're having, Samir? Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Shiv. I think you've already given a very advanced kind of comprehensive commentary on the use of Shahids and how they are actually making an impact. The fact is that this is a clear and present danger. Let it be a $30,000, $20,000 Shahid class platform or a larger ballistic missile, which are available in lesser number for the Iranian. Defensive elements, the layered air defenses, they treat both, or rather each one of them in the same manner. And the cost of defending against them is asymmetrical in most of the cases. But what is more important is the word which you used, which we kind of endorse very much for such platforms, is swarming. When you swarm with such platforms, you send at least 30, 40, 50 of these. Now imagine if for all the layered air defenses, if you have these many targets suddenly showing up, there is a closure loop right from detection to engagement. And this loop has to run many times over. And also remember, each platform has to be kinetically handled. You know, there is a kill probability. Yeah. So let's say even if 10% leak through, I mean, they end up in visuals which we are seeing across the Gulf states, what's happening in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Bahrain. These images are going to stay with us for a very, very long time. And this is where drones of the nature of Shahid, the low-cost variety, at whatever cost, price, or numbers that they can be generated, will always remain in the memory of, you know, all of us and our generation.
It really is, the disproportionate effect that these drones are having on their targets is going to be one of the big takeaways of this war just 4 days in. Welcoming John Spencer also onto this show. John, welcome. John is a very well-known warfare expert and scholar. We're talking about the use of these very low-cost expendable drones, John. The Shahid 136 by Iran, the Lucas, which is being used by America for the first time, admitted to be inspired by the Iran, in fact, a reverse engineered copy. Very, very low cost, difficult to intercept, possible to use them in large numbers in swarms as well. And in many ways, game changers, compared to much higher cost weaponry. How do you see this, John?
I don't know if I'd see it a game changer. I mean, we've seen the evolution of unmanned aerial devices since, really, if you go back to the Napoleonic Wars, the balloons in the Boer War, American Civil War. One important moment, though, in 2011, I don't know if you remember, a Sentinel American drone went down in Iran. So, who is the creator of these style of drones? Of course, these were kind of burst onto the stage in Ukraine when Iran gave them to Russia and just started pounding Ukrainian cities with these. And that cost differentiation is a part of, has been the evolution, really the first armed drones that we know of, 2001 in Afghanistan, American Predator. Even India during Operation Sindoor, of course, was exposed to massive attacks of drones, and you have to have an integrated air defense system like India did with the Akash and many even legacy systems. I mean, one of the most powerful things in Ukraine that were to counter these was an older anti-air device called a Gepard, which just puts lead into the sky. And important to this is, yes, the numbers are important, and that cost, right? You can't have $1 million interceptor against $120,000 drones, but even that evolution continues to change. And I know both India and now Israel has operationally fielded the Iron Beam. I know, Shiv, you were talking about hoping it would be a part of the India-Israel agreement. The Iron Beam takes that cost down to nothing to that integrated air defense. But for me, this is an evolution of air power. Of course, there have been moments when one side had it, the other didn't, and it caused a game changer. But it's not new. Even this downing or whatever happened to this one, the Lucas system is, I mean, it's almost like return to sender, right? Iran developed these and now we're returning to sender, sending them back. But because Iran has been attacking Iraq, it likely went down for some type of counter defense system. There's no advanced technologies, in my opinion, at this point in these types of drones.
You're absolutely right. But when I said, game changer, all I meant was that amidst all this very high cost and high performance weaponry, you're still seeing the Shahed being able to penetrate substantially advanced air defense shields and actually hit targets, and not undefended targets, but high-profile targets like the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet, or a base in Kuwait, something in Bahrain. These are not small targets that are being hit, and therefore one wonders whether there is an effective defense against drones of this kind, especially when they're used in large numbers. Samir, can you throw some light on that? I agree with John, where the use of the word game changer may have been a bit of an exaggeration, but when used at scale, used in numbers, it has sort of put the target nations on the defensive. There is a challenge here on how to handle these drones when they come at you in large numbers.
Yeah, absolutely, Shiv. So what has been happening is, the rapid strides in technology, as well as how the defense and offensive systems have transformed warfare over the years, where we go back to the first Gulf War, where it all started, and we got the first glimpse of a lot of technologies kind of fusing together to give a clear advantage to countries like the US. There has been a transition, and the transition has largely been the fragmentation of the offensive and defensive vectors. Now, when I say that, I'll put something of a term called, which is a term which is clearly being used across the world, the term called the combat mass. The creation of mass as an offensive, vector is kind of able to penetrate, or at least to a great extent, put a lot of bear on the defensive elements. And this is where the cost of engagement, or rather taking all these vectors one by one down, imposes cost, time. Also, a lot of leakers through this are still able to damage or transform the kind of targeting, which may not be precise enough, but significant enough to alter or at least put in motion a lot of tactical aspects in terms of defensive planning. Yeah. And the second aspect is this combat mass is largely, if you don't countercheck this leads to something called saturation effects. And saturation over the battlefield, over more importantly, more over civilian kind of targets like what we are seeing. Even if Iran is trying to go after certain US targets in the plethora of the cities that we are seeing, this causes a lot of grief for the defensive elements. So yes, the offensive usage of swarm of drones or larger formations of drones together, it definitely adds a lot of momentum to the kinetic effect. At the same time, I agree with my co-panelist. He's right in the fact that newer technologies like Iron Beam, they will be effectual. But then this is a case where, drones versus counter drone, this war is going to continue to go on. you increase the numbers, the mass, you separate the offensive elements in longitudinally as well as laterally, automatically there is a lot of more additional load on the defensive elements. Yep. So it is going to definitely lead to asymmetry, expense in taking down these targets, and last but not the least, still ensure that some part of this vector is able to engage something on the ground to cause grief to the defenders and, send the clear message that it is meant to do.
And that is part of the message that there is some grief for sure. It's also sending out the message that a low-cost, very elementary, cheap-to-produce drone is able to reach those high-value targets. That's a disproportionate message compared to what it takes to actually get the drone there. But John, the reason why we're also doing this lead story today is this video that's gone viral from rural Iraq, where one copy of a Lucas drone was. It must have just fallen out of the sky, it must have malfunctioned, and you've got a bunch of locals sort of manhandling it. And there's such an interesting story there as well, John. I'm sure you find it interesting as an analyst, because this is the United States, the preeminent weapons developer and manufacturer, reverse engineering a colossally more rudimentary weapon system from an enemy nation, recovering, specimens from a third war happening in Ukraine, reverse engineering them and sending them back into combat against that same country. It's fascinating, John.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I took from it. Unlike if you go back to look at the 2011 Sentinel downing, where there was sensitive intelligence on that, although there was a belief that it got, there's a way to what we call zeroed it out. Absolutely, that's a fascinating part of this story is that element of return to sender is what I'm calling it, reverse engineering. Something, if you've ever seen the videos of these, when they first burst onto the stage in Ukraine, just these massive trailers full of them, sending hundreds. And I agree that mass and swarming capability to overload air defenses, which would be a fascinating conversation too of the modern battlefield, attack versus defensive capabilities. You have to have both. India demonstrated that during Operation Sindoor, right? Sending, drones, and these drones, to be clear, are slow moving, one directional. They don't have most of them maneuverable to defeat air defenses. And places like Israel had a 100% interception rate of these drones. Saudi Arabia, who's now received hundreds of these, has a 100% interception rate. But absolutely a fascinating part of this story is this video of this reversed engineered per se, although we can talk about the evolution. Where those really maneuverable unmanned, because that's the cost we haven't mentioned as well, is that the advantage of these is being able to offensively put large amounts of aircraft into the sky with no cost to the nation that sent them, right? There's no pilot, there's no nothing. Just like in the Vietnam War, after the U-2 was shot down by the Soviet Union, we fielded one of the first unmanned ISR platforms. I think it was called the Firebee. And that's a part of the story as well. Absolutely a part of the changing character of warfare and that evolution that my co-panelists talked about. Action, reaction, cost differentiation is a big part of the advancements. And that's why, I love tracking Indian developments as well, because I know they're working on directed energy as well.
Absolutely. Hopefully I will dedicate a whole show with you, John, to talk about directed energy. But today we're talking about the other end of the spectrum entirely in terms of cost, certainly. West Asia at war. Netanyahu thanks Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth.
Israel opposition leader Yair Lapid speaks to NDTV.
Is there going to be an Iranian Gandhi who will free his own people from oppression? So it's up to them.
Israel Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar on NDTV.
Israel and US going to leave Iran in a complete chaos? Do you think that there will be a civilian leader who could take over?
Not Israel and not the US will decide who will lead the Iranian people.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter prime minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
Affect the entire world.
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices,
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो तभी आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप आपको पता क्या होता है कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया
It's okay यार
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं.
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same. Ganti baji, jingle, 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 jingle. Bas aaj ka थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice,
the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai,
Rolling coverage on the Middle East war continues here on NDTV 24/7. Good afternoon, I'm Vedika Sood and these are the headlines we're tracking at the top of 3 p.m. Iran unleashes fresh attacks on US bases in Middle East. After US consulate, Iran attacks US base in Bahrain, Qatar. Iran continues to pound Israel. New wave of ballistic missiles launched by Iran. Israel US issues advisory for citizens in Pakistan amid attack on consulate. US asks Americans to leave Karachi with families. This is for non-essential staff. Hezbollah targets residential area in Israel. Hezbollah's direct hit on house in Israel. 4 injured. Israel hits back with missiles attack on Lebanon. Mojtaba, son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, elected Iran's new supreme leader, chosen Khamenei's successor by Iran's Assembly of Experts. Regional tensions are escalating as the Middle East reels from a joint US-Israeli operation on Iran, despite claims that Tehran's military has been dealt heavy blows. Retaliatory strikes and waves of missiles and drones continue to hit Israel, American assets and the Gulf states, leaving the region on the edge. So let's now bring to you some defining images to take you through the destruction and the widespread impact of this conflict. Plumes of smoke continue to bellow out of buildings in Tehran as Israel launched a fresh wave of attacks on the Iranian capital on the 5th day of the Middle East war. The situation is escalating, with Iran to hitting a major US base in Iraq. Israel continues to pound Lebanon, targeting the Iranian proxy Hezbollah. Beirut woke up to sounds of drones targeting the city. The cityscape is covered with smoke. Iran continues to target US bases. Iran drones have now targeted US base in Bahrain. The military base in Sakir area has been hit. The night sky over Jerusalem flashes with interceptions as fresh Iranian rocket salvos streak in. Sirens blare across multiple cities, forcing residents repeatedly into shelters. The non-stop missile fire shows no signs of easing as tensions intensify. Video has emerged which shows an Iranian missile that failed and fell within Iranian territory. The missile failed and reportedly hit civilians in the area. Israel confirms strikes on what it calls an Iranian nuclear development facility, including the Minzadai compound. Tel Aviv says the site was linked to weapons development. The operation signals a direct attempt to cripple Iran's nuclear infrastructure. The UK Ministry of Defence releases footage it says shows British F-35 jets intercepting hostile drones over Jordan, the first such combat operation. The jets, backed by RAF Typhoons and refueling aircraft, were launched after a Shahid drone evaded radar near Akrotri. US and Israeli forces attacked Mehrabad airport in Tehran after the strikes. Thick black smoke rose over the city. A passenger plane was destroyed following the US-Israeli attack on that airport. Israel and US bombed Tehran. This is part of the intense retaliatory strikes that we're seeing between the two countries at this point. This was bombing on Azadi Square in Tehran. Iran has released footage of Khyber Shikhan missiles that are being used to target US-Israeli targets. These are the same missiles that were used to target Israeli Prime Minister's office. Images from Minab in Iran, where a girls' school was hit, show crowds mourning. The UN has called the strike that reportedly killed 150 students, quote-unquote, absolutely horrific. Video has been shared by Iran media showing Chinese workers who captured moments of Iranian missile strikes on targets in the UAE.
我儿子揍奶奶呀！抓大货，宝子。这是个东西啊，有东西啊。我儿子揍奶奶呀！
News is coming in. An Israeli Air Force F-35 Adir fighter jet shot down an Iranian Yak-130 fighter aircraft over the skies of Tehran a short time ago. Managing editor Shiv Arur joining me from the newsroom. Shiv, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first time that a manned fighter jet has been shot down by an F-35?
That is correct, Vedika. It's a big record. It's a first air-to-air kill scored by the F-35 in about a decade of operational service. The F-35 entered service with the US Air Force in 2015-2016. With the Israeli Air Force, it's a variant called the F-35I or the Adir, which actually has some Israeli equipment and weapons on board. This came into service in 2017. So in 9 years, this is the first time that an F-35 Lightning II stealth fighter has shot down, another piloted aircraft. Of course, the F-35 has shot down drones and, and unmanned target vehicles, etc. in the past. But this is, you're right, the first time that it has shot down, a manned fighter. This was a Yakovlev, a Russian-built Yakovlev Yak-140 a light fighter. It's actually an advanced jet trainer that the Iranian Air Force has put into the air, which in its way is also interesting, Vedika, because this is not really a frontline fighter that has been shot down. It's a advanced sort of lead-in jet trainer that is used for fast jet training for trainee pilots before they actually graduate into more advanced jets. The very fact that Iran is putting even these into the air signals a kind of desperation. It's not uncommon, of course, because in a war, you put everything you have into the air, and the Yak, despite being a trainer aircraft, is capable of firing air-to-air missiles. So it can conduct, some light combat air patrol and air defense missions as well. So the Iranian Air Force clearly, having been bombed, having been battered, many of its air bases put out of functioning, is putting all its aircraft into the air. Obviously, no match whatsoever, Vedika, in the face of an F-35. The F-35 is a fifth-generation stealth fighter, very low observable, cannot be tracked on radar, wouldn't have been tracked by the Yak or by ground stations in Iran as well. And especially with air defense completely compromised in Iran, this was a Bofors gun versus a mosquito kind of fight, if I can put it that way. I'm wondering if the F-35 got anywhere even close to the Yak before shooting it down. It must have been a pretty beyond visual range kind of engagement, despite how the Israeli media is characterizing it as a dogfight, which means they were able to see each other when they shot the missile. I doubt that very much, because the F-35 doesn't need to get anywhere close to its enemies when it fires those missiles.
Shivarur, thanks for joining me from the newsroom. An Israeli Air Force F-35, the fighter jet, has shot down an Iranian Yak-130 fighter aircraft over the skies of Tehran, is the latest that we have for you. There's more breaking news coming in. Bringing you the reaction from Israel on the new supreme leader. Israeli defense minister has vowed to eliminate any successor to Khamenei. Aditya Raj Kaul, we're going to bring him in on this. He joins me live from Israel at this moment. We're being told that Mojtaba, who is the son of Khamenei, Aditya, is now going to be the successor. Israelis are coming in with that reaction, a reaction coming in from the Israeli regime. Just take us through more on how Israel is reacting to this news of a successor.
Well, not at all a surprise that Israel Katz, who is the defense minister of Israel, has put out a new threat against the new supreme leader, Mojtaba, who is the son of Ayatollah Khamenei. And of course, this is a succession that was long expected. The name has been debated for a very long time. And it seems that the advisory council that decides on the new supreme leader has decided on the name of Mojtaba now. But it does seem like the Iranians and the Americans both have made up their mind that they will not let any more Iranian regime take control of the situation or be in power in Iran as of now. When I spoke to the foreign minister of Israel day before yesterday, Gideon Sar, he had also maintained that the real objective of Israel is to completely annihilate, completely remove the Iranian regime. Does that mean that the military operations will continue until entire leadership of the civilian leadership of Iran, the Iranian regime, as far as the IRGC is concerned, will be wiped out? But the bigger question here is that even if the war continues for a long time, does this actually mean that there will be a permanent chaos and a crisis that unfolds down on ground in Iran? I posed that question to the foreign minister as well, to which he said that it will not be the US or the Israelis who will decide who comes to power next. There will be a democratic exercise, but the question is, will the elections happen? If the elections happen, who will conduct those elections? Who will be the civilian leaders contesting? Will Reza Pahlavi dare to enter Iran at this particular stage? Because if not, then we are looking at a long haul of a military operation and perhaps kind of a temporary crisis that unfolds, a chaos that unfolds in Iran.
Aditya, do stay with me. Just to recap for our viewers, what Israel is saying at this point, and I'm going to read out, is that every leader appointed by the Iranian terror regime to continue and lead the plan to destroy Israel, to threaten the United States and the free world and the countries of the region, and to suppress the Iranian people will be an unequivocal target for elimination. It does not matter what his name is or the place where he hides. Now, let's tell you more about Mojtaba Khamenei. He's now at the center of power in Tehran. Reports say Iran's Assembly of Experts have elected him as the country's new supreme leader, succeeding his father, Khamenei, who was killed last month in February on the 28th of the month. The move marks a dramatic and historic transition in the Islamic Republic. Mojtaba Khamenei, the second son of Khamenei, is widely seen as a powerful figure behind the scenes, especially in his father's office. He is believed to have close ties with the IRGC and is known for his hardline conservative views. Moving on, tracking the latest coming in at this hour. As per reports, Iranian drones targeted the US base in Erbil in Iraq. In Bahrain, the drones targeted the US base in the Sakhir area, while in Qatar, an Iranian missile slammed into the Al Udeid air base. As per the Wall Street Journal, Trump is open to supporting groups in Iran willing to take up arms to dislodge the regime. Reports suggest that Trump has spoken to Kurdish leaders over the weekend. The United States Central Command has issued a statement on the operation in Iran, saying that Iran launched about 550 ballistic missiles and 2,000 drones. The US Central Command went on to add that they were squeezing Iran from the sea and launched one-way attack drones. Slamming Iran, Trump said that the Iranian regime is full of quote-unquote sick people.
If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war and they would have taken out many countries, because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry, they're crazy, they're sick.
Now, in retaliation, the Iranian regime has launched over 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones. We're squeezing Iran from the sea and have them backed into their own ports. Operationally, the two most powerful air forces in the world, the U.S. and Israel, are dominating the skies of the world's largest state sponsor of terror. The U.S. Army fired long-range precision strike missiles called PRISMs in combat, providing an unrivaled deep strike capability. Also, for the first time, U.S. Central Command's drone task force, called Task Force Scorpion Strike, launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects.
Yusuf Jalali, correspondent live from Tehran at this moment in Iran. Yusuf, thanks for joining me again on NDTV 24/7. There have been retaliatory attacks. Tell us more about what's happening inside Tehran for now.
Well, of course, Iran's air defense is really vulnerable to the incoming and inbound strikes from Israel and the United States. Iran does not have a powerful air defense system due to the fact that it has been under severe arms embargo since more than 4 decades ago. But it has tried to rely on its own missiles as their main card in any conflict. They have been trying to launch salvos of missiles, swarm the enemy's air defense systems by launching countless missiles at the same time. And now drone power is Iran's another card. And we see that the Americans have copied Shahed 136. So Iran has these two cards, the drones and the missiles. And these are, I can say that the only cards Iran have right now. And the United States is pinning hope on trying to weaken Iran by allowing it to launch as many missiles as possible to try to run out of missile stockpile and maybe drone stockpile to run out of cards. But of course, we have seen that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been relying on some sort of air defense systems being imported from Russia and China. We're not sure what those systems are. But Iran seems to have used these systems in this ongoing conflict. Based on experts, I'm not independently verifying any claims, but experts are now saying that the country has been trying to deal some sort of damage on the incoming jets and drones from Israel and the United States. And we just heard from an Israeli source that the Iranian air defense systems have been able to down an American jet. That was confirmed by the Israeli sources. So it remains to be seen how this conflict would go further as Iran is facing a weak air defense system, but a strong missile arsenal.
Yusuf, thanks for joining me live there. Well, Operation Epic Fury, a sweeping military strike on Iran following the collapse of nuclear negotiations, was ordered by the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, on Saturday. But what led to the dramatic escalation? We tracked the timeline of events for you. Here's a report.
A gripping timeline of decisions and drama that led to Operation Epic Fury, the US strike against Iran. This is how it all unfolded in a matter of a few hours.
I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have.
US President Donald Trump exits the White House. visibly frustrated by stalled nuclear negotiations with Tehran. Aboard Air Force One en route to Texas, Trump makes a historic and controversial decision. He orders the launch of Operation Epic Fury. Landing in Texas, Trump briefly fields questions but declines to confirm the strike order publicly. The world begins to sense something monumental is unfolding. Fast forward 9 hours. US forces, alongside Israeli allies, execute coordinated attacks across Iran. Bombs rain down across air, land, and sea. A vast military operation underway. On social media, Trump sends shockwaves across the globe as he announces that Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed.
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead,
signaling one of the sharpest turns in Middle East's history. These rapid decisions and military actions have reshaped a volatile region, sparking international debate and escalating tensions that have put the whole region on the brink of war. Bureau Report, NDTV.
US's largest radar in the Gulf region has been destroyed. Satellite imagery has now confirmed the damage, citing IRGC Public Relations Office. Tehran Times and other outlets have said that the radar has a tracking range of 5,000 kilometers. The strike occurred during the first wave of Iranian retaliation on Saturday. The radar system is reportedly worth roughly $1.1 billion. The installation is located near Al Khor, near the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. Satellite imagery shows scorched ground, debris and signs of firefighting at that site. Attacks have sharply escalated across the Middle East. In the latest, Israel Air Force has targeted Hezbollah, bombing parts of South Beirut. This is Israel's continuous targeting of Hezbollah infrastructure in Lebanon. Iran has also fired a fresh wave of ballistic missiles at Israel. Ballistic missiles were seen over Tel Aviv. As per US government, Iran had launched 500 missiles and 200 drones at them so far. Earlier, Iran's Mehrabad airport in Tehran was struck in a major blow as part of ongoing military action, with smoke seen over the capital following what Iranian sources describe as US-Israeli strikes on key targets. US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, maintained that Iran wanted to attack first and that US and Israel preempted that attack and attacked first.
We were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready. And we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down.
Well, the Middle East conflict is now spilling onto the streets of Pakistan. The US Department of State has ordered non-emergency staff and their families to leave American consulates in Karachi and Lahore amid escalating security concerns. Violent protests, if you remember, erupted across Pakistan after the US and Israel confirmed the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Demonstrations have disrupted diplomatic operations, forced the temporary closure of the US consulate in Peshawar, and led to suspension of visa and citizen services in multiple cities. While the US Embassy in Islamabad remains operational, movement of American personnel has been restricted, and US citizens have been advised to avoid protests and maintain heightened vigilance. This marks one of the most serious diplomatic disruptions in Pakistan in recent years. An Iranian drone has struck near the US consulate in Dubai, triggering a security scare in the Gulf. According to US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Shahid 136 drone slammed into a parking lot adjacent to the consulate building yesterday, sparking a small fire. Rubio has confirmed that all US personnel are accounted for. Dubai authorities say the blaze was quickly extinguished and no casualties were reported. In the aftermath, police ramped up security, sealed off roads around the consulate, and increased patrol presence overnight. On that note, we're slipping to a short break, but the rolling coverage on the Mideast war continues here on NDTV 24/7. Thanks for watching.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा! आज क्यों रोए?
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
बीजेपी डबल इंजिन सरकार এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
West Asia at war. Netanyahu thanks Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke to him at length yesterday, thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth.
Israel opposition leader Yair Lapid speaks to NDTV.
Is there gonna be an Iranian Gandhi who will free his own people from oppression? So it's up to them.
Israel Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar on NDTV.
Israel and US going to leave Iran in a complete chaos? Do you think that there will be a civilian leader who could take over?
Not Israel and not the US will decide who will lead the Iranian people.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke to him at length yesterday, thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
Affect the entire world.
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never change. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
Thank you very much. We are coming to you live from Jerusalem in Israel. It's an NDTV World exclusive. Just 2 days after the Israeli and the American joint strikes inside of Iran, where Khamenei was in fact neutralized. The supreme leader is no more amongst us in Iran. There are more than 40 commanders of the IRGC who have been eliminated as well. The airstrikes continue even as I speak. While I was coming inside the foreign ministry of Israel, there were missiles that were thrown inside Jerusalem that were neutralized by the Israeli defense mechanism. But here on a world exclusive, joining us live for the first time after the conflict broke out in the last 2 days is Gideon Sa'ar, the foreign minister of Israel. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening.
It's a very critical time, but the first question that comes to the mind of each and every person here who's been observing is that what was the need to get into a conflict or a war at a time when negotiations were underway? We saw talks in Geneva take place, and there was a commitment made that technical negotiations and agreements will in fact take place in Vienna, Austria. But what was the urgency to go in and eliminate Khamenei?
But those who conduct the negotiations, the Americans themselves, came into conclusion that Iran, as usual, is wasting time, not meeting the American red lines with regard to the nuclear program, Iranian nuclear program, not meeting the American red lines with regard to the ballistic missiles program. So altogether, we knew that within a very short time, Iran is going to put all its nuclear program in a very deep underground installation where not Israel and not America can hit effectively from the air. They plan to do the same thing with ballistic missiles production. So that would put them in, I would say, immunity place, and they can do whatever they want to do. You can see only from the last days how much this regime is dangerous. They are hitting not only us, our civilian population, but also Arab countries in the region without any provocation. So this is an extremely dangerous regime for their own people, as we saw in the way they butchered their own people during the last protest, to all countries in the region. And of course, for us, it's an existential threat. And therefore, since we thought time is of essence from the reasons I just mentioned, and also time is of essence taking into consideration the expectations of the Iranian people that fought bravely for their freedom, but reasonably cannot achieve it without any help from outside.
Minister,
so this is why we decided with our American friends that we must act. There are, of course, complications that might happen, but it's more dangerous not to act rather than to act in this situation.
Fair enough. I'll come to what is happening now and what's been happening over the last 3 days. But first, you had Oman acting as a mediator between US and Iran. There were talks that were happening. The Oman foreign minister was on record to say that perhaps in the next 90 days there was some kind of an outcome that could happen on a peace agreement. There were technical details that could be discussed. And now the foreign minister of Oman said that he's dismayed. He's thinking that there was a talks process underway. There was a step-by-step process that could have led to perhaps some kind of an agreement. But now Oman says that, whatever commitment was there has been violated. How do you respond to that?
I don't think I have to respond to that because we were not a side or a part to the negotiations. The Americans handled it. And it is true that, as always, President Trump preferred to reach an agreed solution to this thing. But as it happened on June, he found out eventually that they can waste time forever, but they will not reach to a good agreement. And the bad agreement is something that Americans didn't want to achieve. So this is why they concluded, like we did, it's time to act, and I think their judgment is good. But you should ask yourself a different question about Oman. Why Iran attacked also Oman? Mm-hmm. And this demonstrates how much you cannot trust this regime.
Mm-hmm. But Minister, while we are discussing Oman and a lot of other countries that have come under attack, I'll come to that. But the US president has now gone on record and said that the Iranian new governing council has shown interest in a dialogue process or negotiation. And he says he's ready to come on the dialogue table. Is Israel willing to also come on the dialogue table?
I have heard quite good President Trump only yesterday. Mm-hmm. I think he demonstrated he's decisive to act. We need here a change, a real change. They could have reached to this change with just divorced from all their strategies with regard to terror proxies, nuclear ambitions, and ballistic missiles plan. They decided, as much as they did last June, not to do it. And therefore, from our point of view, we need to remove existential threats aimed on Israel because they swore and they acted in order to eliminate the state of Israel. So we need to remove these threats not only for weeks or months. We need to remove them for the long term. And it is not reasonable to assume we will be able to do that with the current fanatic Ayatollah regime in Iran. And this is why we decided to act, and we will intensify our strikes on the Iranian regime in order to give the Iranian people the opportunity to get their freedom back. Of course, eventually it will be up to them if it will happen or not, but from our part, we will do our utmost to create the conditions that this will be possible.
But how would a regime change really be possible? That's the big question right now, because there's no substitute leader down on ground. There is, of course, Reza Pahlavi, who is not, of course, down on ground. He might have or might not have ground support. There we did see hundreds and thousands of protesters over the last many weeks, but there's no leader. Is Israel and US going to leave Iran in a complete chaos, in a vacuum, or do you think that there will be a civilian leader who could take over?
Not Israel and not the US will decide who will lead the Iranian people. I think it is for the Iranian people to choose within a fair, free elections process. But the fair and free election process will not happen when this regime is still powerful. So we need to weaken them to an extent that a transmission is possible. And this is what we aim to do.
All right, but the question also is about the crisis that is unfolding. Now, the entire Middle East has been engulfed into it. There are several countries. UAE has had casualties. Dubai International Airport was hit. Doha similarly. We've got similar reports from Bahrain, Kuwait, and many other countries. How long is this going to continue? You say that.
Why Iran is attacking airports in Qatar or in the Emirates? Is it reasonable? Did they had a conflict with the Emirates or Qatar? It demonstrates you the madness of this regime. So the question is, after 5 decades that this regime caused instability in the Middle East, spread terrorism, spread fanatism around the Middle East and beyond, is it logical to continue to give them the free hand to do so? This is the question. This is the real question.
But US President Donald Trump again, who ordered this Operation Epic Fury, says that the timeline looks like 4 weeks at least. Would you put a timeline to it, or you would say that until the regime change happens, you will continue the military operations?
No, I think that also the president, but I'm not speaking on his behalf, gave maybe an assessment, but not a commitment to a certain timeline. We look at the objectives, and we will, of course, coordinate things with our American allies.
Could you also share a little details? This is the first world exclusive that is happening. You're speaking out very frankly, I'm glad. But you hit Khamenei. How long was Israel tracking Khamenei? And any details, there are media reports that have happened in the US side saying that Mossad and CIA were looking at Khamenei for weeks together, on ground, technical intelligence and human intelligence. But how long were you tracking him? What were the activities that he was involved in?
Well, he was involved directly on terrorism. By the way, Argentina just said he was the one that gave the orders to the terror actions in Buenos Aires during the 90s, for example. So he was personally responsible for terrorism worldwide, but he was also responsible for another thing, and is butchering the Iranian people, thousands and thousands of Iranians that went to the street to protest just a few weeks ago, on January. So I would say, the head of a murderous regime. And from the minute we started to plan this operation with the objectives we put, we of course did whatever is necessary from the point of view of our intelligence to make it successful. And I want to give you another thing which I think is important. In the same time that we attacked what people call the Supreme Leader, we also attacked the consultations of the Revolutionary Guard and security apparatus of Iran. And there they dealt, at the same time we attacked them, a little bit after 9 a.m. Iran time on Saturday. They dealt with how to further repress the Iranian people, because they just lately protested again in the universities and so on. So you must understand, it's a regime that oppresses its own people with such a vicious way. What can you expect from his behavior towards other countries in the region? Probably nothing. So I think that in the minute when they decided, after our attacks on last June, that they won't change their strategy. And what was their strategy? The elimination of Israel, and the means are terror proxies, nuclear ambitions, and long-range ballistic missiles in huge numbers. From the minute we saw they had no tendency to change their doctrine, we thought it is inevitable that we should act again in order to achieve a long-term results in our efforts.
Minister, lastly, what is your analysis about the kind of neutralization that has happened? We know that the Supreme Leader is no more. We know that the top brass is no more. As of now, how do you analyze the Iranian regime? Do you think they are in control, and how many of them have been eliminated as per your intelligence analysis?
There are a few dozens that we know from the heads of this regime that were eliminated, but they are still in control in Iran. They are deploying in the cities of Iran to try to prevent any kind of public protest. And I think they are still in control, and I think that they will do their utmost by all means to do that. But I think that during our operation, and I think we have a good plan, they will reach to a situation they will be dramatically weakened, and that will be the time for the Iranian people to speak.
And lastly, and final question to you, and this is a little, heading out of this scenario, about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was here just last week. I came with him for this entire visit and couldn't fly back. But the question really is that the Prime Minister met Benjamin Netanyahu, your Prime Minister. You had a special strategic partnership that has been announced. And now, last night, both the Prime Ministers have spoken as well, and India has expressed concern. But India has also condemned terrorism when it comes to Israel or India. How do you see India and Israel relationship right now? And in the backdrop of this regional crisis, what would be your message to India and perhaps the larger world?
We had a great visit of Prime Minister Modi. You could have seen the appreciation of our Knesset, of the government, of the people of Israel, to India, the love to India and to its leader. And I believe that India has a very strong partner for its future, and I believe India has a bright future as the biggest democracy on earth and the faster growing economy on earth. And India can rely on Israel friendship as I believe we can rely on India's friendship.
All right, Minister Gitin Sar, thank you very much for joining for this World Exclusive here on NDTV.
You're welcome.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. And Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same. Ganti baji, jingle, 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 jingle. Bas aaj ka jingle, 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 jingle. Chal kare thode sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl. Kyunki tu hai single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice.
The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसमे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge? BJP.
And joining me live tonight is Yair Lapid. He is the leader of the opposition in Israel. He is live with me tonight from Tel Aviv. Mr. Lapid, thank you for your time. It is a difficult period for your country, for the region, for Iran, for innocent people in all of these places that stand affected. And I know there have been casualties in your country as well. As day 3 comes to an end since this operation began, what's going through your mind? What are your thoughts today, Mr. Lapid? I'd like to begin with that.
Well, the first thought was that you said 3 days, and I thought to myself, it looks like 3 months because of the scale of the events. I just came back here, before talking to you, I came back from the city of Bet Shemesh, in which I visited the site of a missile fall that killed 9 people, among them 3 children from the same family. So what's going through my mind, I'm thinking about the mother and the father of those 3 children. Israel, like India, is a country in which family ties are the most important thing, is the core of the culture. And for us, it's devastating. But we understand that we're fighting a just war. It doesn't happen often, that in 21st century, there's a moral clarity the way there is now. It is a just war against a horrible regime that is not only a danger to Israel and to the entire global community, but also to its own people. Just last month in January, we saw the young people of Iran taking to the streets trying to fight this very oppressing regime. So it is the right war, it is a just war, but it doesn't make it any easier on the people of Israel.
How do you think the war is going from your perspective, Mr. Lapid? War is a difficult and dirty business, but in your view, how is it going? You're calling it a just war that is being fought, but as day 3 comes to a close, how do you think it's going?
Well, I think the war has 3 goals, very different goals. Well, the first one is, of course, to obliterate the nuclear facilities of Iran in order to prevent it from developing nuclear weapons. The second one was to obliterate the ballistic missile operation of Iran. I think we're cut. Can you still listen to me? Can you still hear me?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, I lost picture. So I'll just keep on going. Yes. Anyway, so the second was to obliterate the ballistic missile program of Iran. And the third is to maybe enable the people of Iran to take the fate into their own hands and topple this horrible regime and substitute it with something that is more tolerable for them, for the freedom of young people, for women's rights, and so on and so forth. So I think we're doing well on the first 2, and I don't know about the third.
What kind of an outcome are you looking at, from Israel's perspective? When you say regime change, and you've qualified that this isn't about the country but the regime that's running it, you've called it a terror regime. The Khamenei has been killed, most of the leadership has been eliminated, the country is in a state of collapse. What does Israel want to see happen in Iran? It's easy to say that you want the people to come over, and take power. What does that mean exactly?
Well, it's hard to impossible, very hard to impossible, to change a regime with airstrikes, as successful as they are. And we saw last January the courageous of the young people who took to the streets and tried already to topple the regime. Now we're enabling them, or at least improving the conditions. The command and control abilities of the regime has been demolished or almost demolished, and we saw Khamenei is gone, and the majority of the leaders of the regime is gone. So we have now the second or third column of leaders, and the Revolutionary Guards bases are hit significantly. So the conditions around them is different. The question whether or not they will do something about it, is up to them. If I'm talking to an Indian anchor, so the question is there going to be an Iranian Gandhi who will free his own people from oppression? So it's up to them. What we did is just taking away an imminent threat from Israel and the region by obliterating the nuclear program and the ballistic missile program.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
West Asia at war. Netanyahu thanks Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke to him at length yesterday, thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth.
Israel opposition leader Yair Lapid speaks to NDTV.
Is there going to be an Iranian Gandhi who will free his own people from oppression? So it's up to them.
Israel Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar on NDTV.
Israel and US going to leave Iran in a complete chaos? Do you think that there will be a civilian leader who could take over?
Not Israel and not the US will decide who will lead the Iranian people.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke to him at length yesterday, thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel, and I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
Affect the entire world.
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices,
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where Creative India
You're on NDTV's non-stop coverage of the escalating war in the Middle East with me, Shiv Arur. Thanks so much, as always, for being part of India's most watched coverage of this expanding conflict. Let's get you straight to the headlines at 4 p.m. Israel claims it has used an F-35 fighter to shoot down an Iranian advanced jet trainer, marking this American-built fighter's first ever air-to-air kill, if it is in fact true. Iran unleashes fresh attacks on US bases in the Middle East, it claims. After US consulate, Iran says it has attacked a US base in Bahrain and Qatar. The videos bear some of this out. US issues advisory for citizens in Pakistan amidst an attack on their consulate in Karachi and Lahore, which has left 20 people dead. The US asks Americans to leave Karachi with their families. It's a big slap in the face of Asim Munir and Shehbaz Sharif, both of whom have been pandering to President Trump. Hezbollah targets residential areas in Israel from Lebanon. The Hezbollah's direct hit on a house in Israel, 4 injured. Israel is hitting back with missile attacks on Lebanon as far up north as the capital city of Beirut. Breaking news coming in. Iran has just issued another big statement on its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow oceanic passage that it controls now and through which 60% of the world's oil passes every single day. Iran will only allow Chinese vessels to pass. That is what the statement says, and has drawn a new red line, a new Cold War axis, where Iran has says only vessels carrying a Chinese flag and Chinese oil for China will be allowed to pass. Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz and made an exception only for its ally China. This is an explosive statement that has come in from Iran after its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Aditya Raj Kaul joins me live from Tel Aviv, Israel. Aditya, this is amidst a war, this can easily be interpreted as a major escalation. This is Iran signaling not only that it is willing to completely blockade the Strait of Hormuz and stop the free flow of oil to countries across the world, but it is making an exception for China. That's a huge geopolitical message.
Well, it's a huge geopolitical message. It's a major statement coming in from the Iranian side that only Chinese vessels and oil tankers will be allowed along the Strait of Hormuz. Now, already Iran had issued a statement that they will not allow any other country to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. There's a complete blockade that's been announced. And yesterday, US President Donald Trump had also announced that he will be pushing in US Navy vessels in the area, US Navy ships, perhaps to police the area to ensure smooth movement. As of now, the blockade maintains. No ships are attempting to go in that location. Iran had also said that 10 vessels have been attacked and 10 missiles have been launched to different vessels in that area in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is a major connectivity route when it comes to oil tankers and oil transport throughout the world, especially for India as well. More than 40 to 45% of the oil does come from that area. Yes. Yesterday, we had a statement from the government of India that we are at a comfortable position. We already have a smooth movement of oil coming to us. We have a great backlog and stock of oil as well. Apart from that, Russian sources have also communicated that they are willing to support India because India stood with Russia at a very difficult time, and Russia will continue to increase the oil flow towards India. That's also a big statement coming in. But amidst this kind of a turbulence in the Middle East, now we are witnessing Strait of Hormuz being blockaded. And from the skylines of the Middle East, the war perhaps shifting towards the Strait of Hormuz also. And perhaps we can see some kind of a confrontation in the coming hours there itself.
And this will only compel the United States to act in an even more compelling manner, Aditya. There's already a big fight happening at sea, in the Persian Gulf. The Americans have claimed to have sunk at least 20 Iranian vessels. They're trying to capture the Kesham Island, which straddles the Strait of Hormuz as well, to gain control of it. So this could be very much a new flashpoint in this battle. It could be open warfare at sea now.
Well, absolutely. It is a new flashpoint that is developing. While there is some kind of a minute normalcy here in Israel, there's a statement that has come in that Ben Gurion Airport will be opened briefly tonight for incoming flights because more than 100,000 Israelis are stranded outside. They want to get them home as soon as possible, apart from another route from Egypt, the Taba crossing between Israel and Egypt. But coming on the main story here, that is the Strait of Hormuz. You had rightly pointed out in an earlier broadcast that the Iranian Navy can certainly not be compared by any means with the US Navy. But that does not mean that the Iranians won't attempt or try to, in fact, attack and also blockade. So there is a confrontation. At the same time, in the last 2 to 3 days, we've seen at least 19 to 20 Iranian vessels being completely destroyed and sunk at sea around the Persian Gulf. That's a huge development. US and Israel are trying their best to completely also destroy the missile launch pads all across Iran and also the air defense systems that are at play in Iran. So they are trying their best before the stockpiles of Israel and US try to deplete. They are ensuring that the air defense mechanism is completely challenged, that becomes handicapped in Iran. And the missile launch pads that could be hundreds, if not thousands, across Iran are also completely destroyed. So Strait of Hormuz is clearly now developing into a new flashpoint, and we could possibly see other countries also join in, just like the French have sent in their Rafale around UAE to ensure the security. France, UK, and perhaps even Saudi Arabia would be joining in.
Aditya, normalcy in some small ways returning to Israel. Hopefully it lasts, but continue to stay safe, and we'll keep coming back to you because in other parts of the Gulf, it looks like things are actually going from bad to worse. We'll keep connecting with you, Aditya. Stay safe. Thanks very much for joining me on this. In fact, we will, like Aditya mentioned, have an assessment of the comparison between the weapon systems of Israel and the other countries in a short while from now. Meanwhile, the big defining images of day 5 of this war. Look at this. Plumes of smoke continue to billow out of buildings in Iran's capital as Israel launched fresh waves of attacks on Iran since last night. On the 5th day of the middle of the war, the situation is only escalating, with Iran too hitting a major US base in Iraq. The second defining image at the moment, haunting images from Urmia in Iran following continuous airstrikes and powerful explosions in the city. The intensity reportedly shook buildings to the ground. Several Indian students are also stranded in what looks to be a ghost town now named Urmia. Meanwhile, Israel continues to pound Lebanon in a very familiar sequence of events targeting the Iranian proxy Hezbollah. Beirut has woken up to sounds of drones targeting the cityscape, and these are pictures from it, covered in smoke in several areas, and this is one of the most congested parts of Beirut in Lebanon. The night sky over Jerusalem and Israel flashes with interceptions as fresh Iranian missiles and rocket salvos streaked in. Sirens blared across multiple Israeli cities, forcing residents repeatedly into their bomb shelters. The non-stop missile fire shows no sign of easing as tensions, as I said, escalated on day 5. Israel has confirmed strikes on what it calls an Iranian nuclear development facility, including the Min Zedai compound. Tel Aviv says the site was linked to weapons development. The operation signals a direct attempt to cripple Iran's nuclear infrastructure for the second time in less than a year since Operation Midnight Hammer, when US B-2 bombers also attempted to cripple nuclear infrastructure in Iran. Defining image number 6, a video has emerged which shows an Iranian missile that apparently failed and fell within Iranian territory. The missile reportedly hit areas where Iranian civilians are residents. The UK Ministry of Defence has released footage it says shows British F-35 jets intercepting hostile Iranian drones over Jordan, the first such combat operation. The jets, backed by Royal Air Force Typhoons and refueling aircraft, were launched after an Iranian Shahid drone evaded radar near the city of Akrotiri. Defining image number 8, Israel and the US continue to bombard Iran on day 5. The video here shows the aftermath of a US-Israeli bombing on Azadi Square in Tehran. Several casualties feared here as well. Meanwhile, Iran has released footage of Khaybar-Shikan missiles that are being used to target US-Israeli sites. These are the same missiles that were used to target Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office. He, of course, wasn't there. In fact, he spoke to NDTV just moments later. And defining image number 10, Iran has claimed that it has struck 10 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, as we've just reported. This a day after it declared the strait closed amidst the ongoing escalation. The critical global oil route has now been labeled a war zone by Israel. 10 tankers hit 2 days after another tanker was apparently hit by a suicide drone boat sent by Iran. And we've got very important breaking news coming in. The second Iranian attack on Saudi oil giant Aramco has just happened 2 days after the first big attack that resulted in a massive fire on the Aramco oil terminal. Reports coming in that a second attack on Aramco in the last 3 days has just taken place. It is not clear whether it was a missile or a drone attack. Reports coming in from local agencies saying that Aramco has been struck once again by an Iranian drone. This is in the Ras Tanura area, which houses Aramco's largest domestic refinery and a key crude export terminal. It was struck again on Wednesday by a projectile that, as we are saying, is believed to be an Iranian drone. 4 sources have told international agencies that 2 days after a drone attack on the complex completely shut that refinery and resulted in these fires from that day. Initial indications show an attack once again on Aramco's Ras Tanura refinery was carried out by a drone and resulted in extensive damage. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry spokesperson has said, according to the state news agency, no damage first, but some damage at this time. Let's go across to Mohammad Ghazali for more on this. Ghazali, what can you tell us about this? It looks like Iran has targeted Aramco for the second time and is specifically attempting, to attack, to damage, to destroy Aramco because the implications are very clear. What are you hearing about this? How much damage, Ghazali?
See, as of now, the Saudi's energy minister has claimed that it's a minor attack, but there are 2 voices coming out from the Saudi authorities. One, that they are not naming Iran in anywhere in these attacks, even in the previous attack, even now. What they're also picking up, that perhaps this is a drone attack with limited damage, with no damage, as the minister said. But voices within the establishment are also indicating that these drones have not been launched from Iranian territory, but maybe the Shiite militias in Iraq have been launching these drones towards the oil facility in Saudi Arabia.
Are you hearing anything about casualties on the ground and also implications as far as Saudi Arabia's entry into this conflict, Ghazali? Because there is a lot of suspense over whether such attacks will draw countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia directly into the combat. We've already seen Qatar, bringing down 2 Iranian aircraft. That's what they had claimed a couple of days ago. Now you're seeing Aramco hit. Saudi Arabia has a large military, a large air force. They might get into it directly as well.
See, the GCC also held an emergency meeting, all these Gulf cooperation countries of the council. And if you see the joint statement coming out, whether from Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, they're all saying that they're free or they can defend their territory. So as far as Qatar was concerned, that it shot down the 2 drones or jets from Iran, it is something which was expected from all these countries, but none of the Arab countries have come out to say that they will join US or Israel in striking Iran. Rather, they have been very guarded in issuing their statement saying that we are not involved in the attack. We have not given our air bases to attack Iran, either to the US or Israel. So as of now, the statement of condemnation, strong statements are coming, and countries are also trying to defend their territories, but none of them are coming out to say that they will strike or carry out any strike into Iranian territory.
All right, thanks Ghazali for getting us the latest on that. In fact, we've got more breaking news coming in at this time. Okay, this is a big one that's going to be sending ripples through the world of combat aviation. An Israeli Air Force F-35 fighter is claimed to have shot down an Iranian Yak-130 light attack trainer aircraft over the skies of Tehran just a short time ago. This would make it the first time ever that the American-built F-35 stealth fighter has shot down a piloted aircraft in its 10-year operational history. It's the first time this has ever happened. The claim has triggered a war of claim versus counterclaim, with Iran claiming that it has shot down an Israeli fighter. But an official statement from the Israeli Air Force has said that an F-35I, I stands for Israel, called Adir, which is basically a modified version of the American F-35 with some Israeli equipment and weapons on board, has reportedly shot down a Russian-built Yak-140 light attack trainer aircraft of the Iranian Air Force. Very, very important, very, very significant. It also signals that the Iranian Air Force, despite being bruised and battered, is doing everything it can to even put rudimentary aircraft into the air in an attempt to create a combat situation and to defend Iranian airspace against US and Israeli fighters. But this is a big one, and Aditya has more on it for us. Aditya, the Israeli Air Force has been up in the air for ever since this entire operation began on early morning on Saturday. An F-35 shooting down Yak-140 over the skies of Iran is big in terms of combat aviation history, but it also tells us that the air battle is still very much on.
Well, absolutely. It's unprecedented that it has happened in the Iranian airspace. Even though the both aircrafts cannot be really compared, you would know much better on those technicalities, Shiv. But clearly, the F-35I of the Israeli Air Force has targeted air-to-air Yak-130, which is an Iranian aircraft and fighter jet in this particular case. And this happened early morning. Today is the fifth day of the combat of the Operation Epic Fury and Roaring Lion that have been announced respectively by US and Israel. We've seen devastation all across Tehran and all other areas. But this particular incident is phenomenal in many ways, that the F-35 has hit out at an Iranian manned aircraft and that has gone down. Clearly, it says a lot about the strength with which Israel and US are operating. There's, of course, no comparison, but in many ways, the Israeli Air Force continues to operate from across the Iranian airspace, and their main objective remains to completely, end any capability or capacity that the Iranians may have to launch missiles. So all those launch pads are being destroyed completely, and the air defense, wherever necessary, including in Tehran particularly, is being destroyed.
And Aditya, a very quick follow-up to that. The tempo of Israeli Air Force operations is still appearing to be pretty high. It hasn't gone down on day 5. It looks like the Israeli Air Force, which is also abbreviated as IAF, has all its frontline combat fleet in the air at all times.
Well, absolutely. There's been no scaling down of the operation in the last 5 days. We've seen continuous airstrikes in multiple levels, coordinated with the United States, that are underway in Tehran particularly, but other places like Isfahan and Qom as well. There are many command control centers that have been attacked. We've seen also the paramilitary Basij forces that were involved in persecution of the protesters. They have been attacked. Their police stations have been attacked. Their headquarters have been attacked. Apart from that, senior functionaries of the IRGC have been continuously under the attack of the Israeli forces. There were reports yesterday that Ayatollah Khamenei's son may take over as the next supreme leader, but the Iranian senior officials have denied such reports. They said that the next supreme leader is yet to be chosen. One of the advisory council locations where that meeting was to be held was also targeted by the Israeli Air Force. So one thing is very clear. In my conversation with senior leadership here in Israel, they're saying that there will be no letdown, there will be no scaling down of the operation. The main objective of the operation is to completely annihilate and end the Iranian regime. And that seems to be the focus. They say that no matter how much time it will take, but the military, the Israeli Air Force will continue to strike the Iranian regime headquarters, their offices, and their residences all across Iran.
Aditya, thanks very much for that. It gives you a sense of how high tempo this operation continues to be, despite it being 5 days into this war. By now, usually things cool down just a little bit. Here, it looks like it's escalating. We'll keep coming back to you, Aditya. Thanks very much for that. Well, the attacks, like Aditya just mentioned, have sharply escalated across different parts of the Middle East. In the latest, the Israeli Air Force has, like I said, targeted the Hezbollah across the border, the northern border of Israel into Lebanon, bombing parts of the capital city of Lebanon, that is Beirut. This is Israel's continuous targeting of the Hezbollah infrastructure in Lebanon. Iran has also fired a fresh wave of ballistic missiles into Israel, despite, as you said, as you saw with Aditya, there is a small semblance of normalcy returning to that country. Ballistic missiles were seen over Tel Aviv. As per the US government, Iran had launched 500 missiles since late last evening and 200 drones at them so far. Earlier, Iran's Mehrabad airport, most dramatic development since late last evening. The Mehrabad airport in Tehran was struck in a major blow as part of this ongoing military offensive, with smoke, huge plume of smoke seen over the capital following what Iran sources describe as a US-Israeli strike on key targets in the country's capital. President Donald Trump, meanwhile, maintains that Iran wanted to attack first and that the US and Israel preempted that and attacked instead.
We were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down.
America's largest radar in the Gulf region has been destroyed. Satellite imagery has now confirmed the damage, citing Iranian Public Relations Office from the Revolutionary Guard Corps. The Tehran Times, which is a large media outlet in Iran, and other outlets have claimed that the radar has a tracking range of about 5,000 kilometers. The strike, they say, occurred during the first wave of the Iranian retaliation on Saturday. The radar system is reportedly worth roughly $1.1 billion. The installation is located near Al-Khor, near the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, across the Persian Gulf. Satellite imagery shows scorched ground debris and signs of firefighting at the site. Take a look. I want to show you just how cheap these drones are compared to more advanced drones that are used for similar missions. First of all, how do they actually change the game? They are low cost, which means they are expendable and there is no financial pinch. They are very, very easy to build. You saw that drone, a man was just manhandling it, which means they are elementary, they're rudimentary, they're simple and easy to build very quickly in large numbers at scale. Number 3, disproportionate capability for damage. You've seen the Shahids smashing into targets in different Gulf countries and causing untold damage, which means a $35,000 drone is capable of causing a geometrically more amount of damage than it was built for. It's cheap enough to deploy in swarms because the operator doesn't mind losing them. They can be sent out in large numbers. They deplete the air defenses of countries like Israel and others by forcing their air defense systems to constantly send out missiles to engage them. Therefore, you're depleting the enemy's air defenses. The attacker spends thousands of dollars. The defender spends millions of dollars. That is the mathematical key to how these drones actually work. Now let's show you a little bit about the figures. I showed you the Shahid drone, which is where this entire story started. They cost anywhere between $20,000 to $30,000 a piece. The Lucas drone, which was inspired by the Shahid and in fact was reverse engineered, is just slightly more costly at about $35,000. An Israeli suicide drone with similar capabilities called the Harop costs about $1 million. India operates these drones. Slightly more capable drones like the Hermes, which are more for surveillance, they cost about $6 million. The MQ-9 Reaper, which is the Rolls-Royce of attack drones, which are capable of firing missiles and staying in the air for extended periods of time, can you believe it? They cost about $30 million a piece. And then there's the Global Hawk, which is a very, very long range, very high altitude, absolutely advanced drone for surveillance purposes, costs $100 million, about as much as an advanced fighter aircraft. So where is $35,000 and where is $30 million? That is the kind of mathematics we're talking about, and that is the kind of range of prices we're talking about as far as drones are concerned. Now, a dirt cheap drone versus $1 million interceptor. I want you to think about this arithmetic as well, my friends. The cost of one Shahid drone or one Lucas drone is about $20,000 to $35,000, okay? The cost of one interceptor missile, one single interceptor missile that Israel or any other country will be forced to fire in order to intercept such a drone, costs anywhere between $1 million to $4 million. So you're firing a drone that costs about $20,000 and you're forcing your enemy to fire something as much as $4 million just to bring that down. The cost exchange ratio is 1:100 in favor of the attacker, and that is the advantage of such a drone. Iran's drone stockpile right now of Shahid drones is understood to be in the region of 80,000. Just think about that figure, 80,000 of those drones. The production capacity, 500 drones a month. Iran can fire 2,500 Shahid drones a day for the next 30 days if it has to, just to exhaust its existing stockpile. These are, of course, numbers that may come into question depending on the attacks that continue against Iran, but these are just some numbers to think about at this point of time. Okay, there are mysterious reports coming in now amidst this fog of war and amidst all the claims and counterclaims of attacks and targeting happening. It is getting more and more intense and more bizarre. Now there are reports coming in, viewer, of a submarine attack on an Iranian ship somewhere off the coast of Sri Lanka. Reports coming in of an Iranian ship having been sunk by a submarine. Whose submarine, we don't know. But these are some reports coming in that an Iranian ship has been sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka and that the Sri Lankan Navy has rescued 32 people from that ship. So a submarine attack on an Iranian ship off the coast of Sri Lanka has left at least 101 people missing, 1 dead, and 78 persons injured. Sources in the Sri Lankan Navy and Defense Ministry have told Reuters on Wednesday it is unclear who attacked the ship, who is the operator of this submarine. The sources say that this Iranian ship has now been sunk. 101 people are missing and 32 people have been rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy. Aditya continues to be with us live from Tel Aviv. Aditya, this is massive. I mean, the details are still a little bit sketchy. You know, as a defense reporter, the both of us will obviously need to know who operated that submarine and if all of these details are accurate. But this is what Navy sources in the Sri Lankan Navy are telling Reuters, that a submarine has sunk an Iranian vessel somewhere off the coast of Sri Lanka. Are you hearing anything from where you are, Aditya?
Well, yes, Shiv, it's a huge development coming in. This happens at a time when 20 Iranian vessels have already been destroyed and sunk by the US. It's an open statement by the United States. And now statements coming in from the Sri Lankan government that an Iranian ship has been in fact sunk. What we know so far is that 101 people are missing. 32 people have been in fact shifted to the hospital. And in all, 78 people have been in fact rescued from there. So 32 people are injured. They are in the hospital right now in Sri Lanka. 78 have been rescued and 101 people continue to be missing. Who these people are there other nationalities apart from the Iranians out there? Unclear right now. Who actually used the submarine to hit this particular Iranian vessel. Again, unclear. Was it United States? Was it Israel? Or was it one of the ally countries? Again, a mystery that will be perhaps clear in the next few minutes or hours. But it's a massive development coming at this hour. The Reuters is breaking this development that the Sri Lankan government have confirmed to them a rescue operation that is underway right now. 32 people have been shifted to the hospital. 101 remain missing. This at a time when we are looking at this huge geopolitical turbulence along the Middle East. The Sri Lankan foreign minister anytime would be, in fact, also landing in India because he is to attend the Raisina dialogue that the Ministry of External Affairs is co-hosting in New Delhi. So the foreign minister of Sri Lanka will be in Delhi. We'll have to wait and see if he speaks on this. But currently, the Sri Lankan Navy is rescuing the Iranian members of this vessel who have been involved in this attack. And the submarine in question hasn't been named as yet.
You know, Aditya, the details coming in on this story would make this the biggest news break of the war so far, of a submarine attack on an Iranian merchant vessel in which 32 people have been rescued, 101 are missing still, and that ship has apparently been sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka. You know, like you rightly said, we don't know whose submarine this is. I'm presuming that if all of these facts add up, and we still don't know if the facts add up because these are sources telling Reuters about it, if the facts add up and if it all bears out finally, this would basically probably be an American submarine because those are the only submarines which have the capability and the interest in this case because of what Trump has been saying about the Strait of Hormuz. This would be an American submarine, I conjecture, that has, torpedoed an Iranian ship. And if that is the case, then this is a naval war that has basically broken out in the Indian Ocean. Now, I'm going to be very, very careful about the details here because we are still on the surface of what we're hearing from Reuters at this point of time. There isn't a second update that Reuters has published after the first update, which says that they are hearing from Sri Lankan Navy sources that a submarine has attacked an Iranian ship off the coast of Sri Lanka and 32 people have been rescued, but 101 people are still missing. The shape of this story potentially makes it the biggest escalation and the biggest single act probably since the war began, other than the killing of Khomeini, Aditya.
Well, absolutely. Other than killing of Khomeini and the scale of the war that has erupted and the destruction that we have seen in Tehran, I think this is, of course, the biggest development that has taken shape, and that too in the Indian Ocean waters at a time when we are seeing significant escalation in the attacks in Tehran. I'm being told another attack has cornered and in fact destroyed an IRGC commander's office, and perhaps he was the target. We know the name in a bit from now. But now a submarine that hasn't been named, likely an American submarine, has in fact attacked and, as you pointed out, torpedoed this particular naval, I beg your pardon, Iranian vessel. And in fact, 101 people continue to be missing. Rescue operations are underway. The Reuters says that 32 people have been hospitalized, and that's the information that's coming in from the Sri Lankan government. We are trying to reach out to the Sri Lankan government to know more about these details. But as I said, the Sri Lankan foreign minister will be on his way to New Delhi very soon. He'll be landing there. And of course, it's a massive development. Already, the Americans have been involved and have officially stated that 20 Iranian vessels have been downed and sunk already in the last 2 days. So as we were discussing, Shiv, just a couple of hours ago, a few minutes ago, this is certainly the flashpoint shifting towards the navies and, of course, the waters. And in this case, it's not the Strait of Hormuz, but in the backdrop of the debate and the blockade around Strait Hormuz, it is the attack taking place in the Indian Ocean waters just between India and Sri Lanka. Iranian vessel being targeted, likely by an American submarine, and it's huge. There could be casualties as well. I would like to point out one more thing, Shiv, here. There's another vessel in the near Strait of Hormuz, Skylight, that has been targeted, likely by an Iranian missile, in which they were Indians. And there are a significant number of Indians that are missing right now. We are trying to corroborate more details about the casualties and the number of people who are missing. But there are some of the families who have reached out to me also from India, who are saying that their loved ones were part of that merchant vessel Skylight, in which some Indians are missing. So that's concerning for the Indian government. I've reached out to the India's Ministry of External Affairs also for a comment. There's been no comment so far, but it's likely in a separate attack, some Indians have been missing. That attack took place a couple of days ago, and that Skylight vessel that I'm talking about. But staying with this big focus right now, a submarine has hit an Iranian vessel, and many people continue to be missing, even as the Sri Lankan Navy continue their rescue operation.
So this is a very frustrating moment in a newsroom, because the information that has been put out by Reuters suggests something, practically catastrophic, Aditya. A submarine attacking a ship is something that happens in open war. We're awaiting details of it. We do know that there is an air and land war that's taking place. A limited naval battle is being fought near the Persian Gulf. But for a submarine that crawls the open ocean to sink some kind of an Iranian vessel is almost unthinkable in this day and age. It's almost Cold War era warfare that we are talking about. I cannot remember the last time that a submarine actually sank a civilian vessel. It is a huge act of war if this is actually true, and that's why I want to impose as many factual safeguards as we possibly can, which is what NDTV does as a responsible news network. The Sri Lankan Navy spokesperson has just said, okay, so we've got some information now. We've got some information coming in from CGTN in Europe. The Sri Lankan Navy spokesperson speaking about that Iranian ship has rejected reports of any reported causes for the ship sinking. He says did not observe any other ship in the area. This Reuters report talks about a submarine, so he wouldn't have been able to observe a ship in the area if that's what he's talking about. But he says no aircraft observed in that area at the time of the distress call. So we're waiting to get more information about this. But the Reuters story says a submarine attack on an Iranian ship off the coast of Sri Lanka has left at least 101 people missing, 1 dead and 78 injured. Sources in Sri Lanka's Navy and Defense Ministry have told Reuters this is a huge story that Reuters, one of the world's top news agencies, is reporting. I want to say very clearly they are still attributing this only to sources, not to any official statement coming in from Sri Lanka. A Sri Lankan naval spokesperson has spoken separately and said he did not see any other ships in the area. Does that contradict what the Reuters report says, or does it align with it, is again only a matter of speculation at this point of time. I'm going to have NDTV Senior Managing Editor Vishnu Som live with us in just a moment from now to add some perspective to this story, because we need to be careful about every single line of what we are reporting right now. I want to paint you a picture, viewer. Remember that the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean, the Persian Gulf, that entire area is one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. This is the place through which all of the world's trade, all of the world's oil mostly travels through from the Gulf area to all other parts of the world. I want to put a map on our screen as quickly as we possibly can, a quick map of the Indian Ocean right now, including Iran and the Middle East, to show you the place that we're talking about. As quickly as we can, let's get that map on air so I can tell my viewers the area that we are talking about right now. Let's put any map on air without waiting for anything else. Let's put any map on air quickly so we can talk to our viewers about where this is happening. If a submarine in that region, let us assume that an American submarine operating in there, which is again not far from the imagination, because there is a full carrier battle group of the United States Navy that is operating in the Arabian Sea, in the Persian Gulf. If a submarine from one of those has attacked an Iranian Navy ship, as is being reported by Reuters, quoted to sources in the Sri Lankan Navy, that would make it one of the biggest acts of war since the Cold War ended. Submarine warfare, submarine sinking a merchant ship, submarine sinking oil tankers are unheard of in the current in the modern day. And that's the reason why we've got to tread very, very, very carefully on this entire story. I'm hoping that I will have Vishnu Shom live with me as quickly as possible, as well as our other reporters. I need my map. I'm going to urge my team to get me that map on air as quickly as possible, because if this story turns out to be true, it is perhaps even bigger than what the US and Israel have done from the air inside Iran. This is a ship potentially that was carrying energy or trade or whatever it is from Iran to some other place or traveling towards Iran. The Reuters report is alarming. It says one person is dead, 78 people are injured, and 101 people are missing. A rescue mission has been launched. It also says it was unclear who attacked the ship, which the sources said has now sunk. Sri Lanka's foreign minister told Parliament earlier in the day that the Navy has responded to a distress call from the ship and launched rescue operations at 6 a.m. What we know at this point is that 79 people were rescued and brought to the hospital, and one of them was seriously injured. Another 101 are believed to be missing. Apologies, viewer, for my silence. I'm just doing everything I possibly can to get you accurate information, because I know here on NDTV that's what you expect. But I'm going to urge my producers to give me a map of the region, not just of Sri Lanka. What am I going to do with a map of Sri Lanka? Sri Lanka, it's off the coast of Sri Lanka where the sinking apparently took place. Vishnu Shom is going to be with me in just a short while from now. But I want to just reiterate the breaking news that we have right now here on NDTV, that Reuters is quoting a Sri Lankan Navy source as saying that a submarine has sunk an Iranian ship, as a result of which 78 people have been injured. 78 people are, 101 people are missing. 78 people have been recovered from that ship. And this is a huge, massive conflagration, a huge act of war if the details actually turn out to be true. And I'm waiting a little bit more clarity on this from all of our reporters. I'm going to ask Vedika and our other reporters to join me live on this, because they're in touch with their sources in the Sri Lankan High Commission as well, because the claim that is being made on Reuters would make this potentially the biggest story, the story of the decade, even bigger potentially than the airstrikes in Iran that are taking place right now. This happens on India's doorstep. Finally, we've got that map on air. Let me just show you what I'm talking about right now. Okay, I'm going to try and put this map on the wall, and so I can talk to you a little bit about this. This is the Indian Ocean, as you can see. That's the Arabian Sea, that's the Indian Ocean, that's the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, very clearly visible on this map, viewer. Now I want to train your attention to the coast of Sri Lanka. That is where approximately, okay, I'm going to go towards this map and show you where we're talking about. It is somewhere here that a submarine, okay, let's just, can we get that big map back on air, please? Get the big map back on air. Let's zoom out. Unless I say zoom in, don't zoom in, guys. I want to show our viewers everything that we possibly can. Okay, come to me now. Come to me quickly now. Let's do this. Okay, so this is, here is Iran, viewer. Okay, look very carefully. I'm going to explain this as succinctly as I can. This is Iran, this is the Persian Gulf, this is the Strait of Hormuz that's been blockaded over here. Now come down here, this is what the Reuters story I want to be very, very careful in reporting what I'm saying. The Reuters story says that somewhere in this area, an Iranian ship, either going towards Iran or going from Iran, has been sunk by a submarine. Now, Reuters is attributing this to Sri Lankan Navy sources. We don't know who those sources are. It is not an official statement from the Sri Lankan Navy. There are some contradictions coming in statements being made by the Sri Lankan Navy spokesperson to other media, including Chinese media. But the alarming suggestion being attributed to a Sri Lankan Navy source by Reuters, no less, is that a submarine has sunk an Iranian vessel, that 32 people have been rescued, but over 100 are still missing at this point of time. And remember, this is right in India's backyard. Let me bring in Vishnu Shomu, finally joins us. Vishnu, what are you hearing?
Well, nothing from the Indian Navy at the moment, but I think what we need to reconfirm is whether this was a ship which was in the International Fleet Review, which was held in Visakhapatnam a couple of days back and was returning back to Iran at a time when it was attacked. Confirmation of this attack is now coming in from Reuters, who say that they've spoken to defense officials in Sri Lanka. It's quite possible that this could have been a submarine attack. The US Navy probably has more submarines operating in this area than it does in many other areas. It could be the US has an all-nuclear submarine fleet. This was a small vessel. It's of the class of a frigate, as I understand it, which may have been on its way back when it was struck. And there was a distress call as well. At least 101 people are missing, 1 dead, 78 injured is what sources in Sri Lanka's Navy and Defense Ministry have told Reuters. So the big question is, was this actually one of the ships or the ship of the Iranians which had docked off Visakhapatnam for the International Fleet Review, which saw the presence of upwards of a dozen of international Navy international fleets deploy over there with various classes of warship. The war broke out. It was on its way back when this incident took place. So that's what we need to wait and confirm. But if they are saying it's a submarine attack, it's something that they would have known instantly. What happens in a submarine attack on a modern warship is that US submarines, for example, use a weapon called the Mark 48 ATCAP. ATCAP stands for Advanced Capability, widely considered among the most advanced torpedoes in the world. If it's launched at a surface ship, it actually it travels at a speed of approximately 50 to 60 knots, and then it breaks the keel of the submarine or of the warship that it is striking. There is a lot of footage which would actually show you the impact of a massive torpedo hitting a warship. The warship actually sometimes, depending on the point of impact, breaks like this, right? Breaks like this. It breaks like this, and very often it actually moves apart. It depends, of course, on the impact, but there is no escape per se if you've got a hit from a torpedo of a warship. These are not things that miss. And as you know, modern warships, all warships are relatively slow movers. It's only if you have advance notice of the presence of a submarine in that area, you are operating by way of a larger fleet. You've got sound decoys, and a very skilled sonar operator who's able to sort of detect the presence of a submarine. Then you have some sort of a chance of trying to defeat it. But frankly, an American 688I class or a Los Angeles class, as it's known, a nuclear attack submarine, or even a newer Virginia class, or say a Seawolf class against this small Iranian warship, the warship would have had no chance at all. So there was a distress call. There have been people who've been evacuated. 101 are still missing. 1 person dead, 78 injured is what has been said. Sri Lanka's foreign minister has told earlier their parliament that their navy did respond to this distress call from the ship and launched rescue vessels at 6 a.m. Sri Lanka time. That's the latest information that we have at this stage. But I should also mention that in the course of this war in the Middle East, there have been any number of warships of the Iranians which have been sunk. So if this was an act of war, it's par for course as far as America is concerned. America has already sunk the Iranian, or badly damaged, the Iranian drone carrier, which is sort of a mini aircraft carrier which they deployed. There have been warships which have been targeted, satellite imagery of which has existed. Iranian ships in harbor being hit. The Iranian Navy is not formidable. Iran's Navy, like their other defenses, rely very heavily on drones, autonomous drones or semi-autonomous drones, surface drones, and of course flying drones as well. So their warships are not a threat by any means. And really, it gives you an idea, if assuming that this was a torpedo attack, about how, as you said, Shiv, quite rightly, it's all spreading in a sense, the military action.
This is a perplexing story, but the sheer implications of what is being suggested by the original Reuters report makes it potentially one of the biggest stories. You're right, Vishnu, that given that the United States has already been sinking Iranian vessels in the Persian Gulf, off the coast of Oman, etc. already. This would be par for the course, but the employment of submarines just adds a devastating new layer to it, especially since this is reported to have happened, not in the Persian Gulf, but in the Arabian Sea, or the Indian Ocean rather, off the coast of Sri Lanka, if that is where this has happened. There are contradictory reports coming in with this ship called the Iris Dana. It's an Iran Navy ship called the Iris Dana, being hit by a submarine off the coast of Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan military sent jets to rescue, helicopters to rescue people from this Iranian ship after it sounded a distress call, but has later denied that the ship was hit by a submarine attack. So the Reuters report says submarine attack, quoting sources within the Sri Lankan Navy. Other Sri Lankan Navy sources are now saying no information about a submarine attack. They're not attributing, what the distress call was really about. So there's a very significant fog of war situation, familiar fog of war situation, Vishnu, that appears to have descended on this story. And I think the only way it's going to be cleared up is if the Indian Navy, either briefs one of us about this, or if the Sri Lankan Navy puts out a categorical piece of information, or indeed if the US Navy and Trump put out information about this. Because if it is true that an American submarine has sunk an Iranian Navy warship, that is something that I can easily see Trump sort of putting out very, very publicly. I'm just waiting to see if that's going to be corroborated on the ground. So either of these three will have to confirm this, Vishnu.
Shiv, the ship is the Iris Dana. It was returning from exercise Milan and the International Fleet Review in Visakhapatnam. It's a small warship. It's not a very big warship. As I mentioned to you, these are not fairly...
We're going to put a picture of the Iris Dana on our screen in just a moment, Vishnu. Yes, keep talking.
That picture up in just it's a moment. The Iranians categorize the ship as a destroyer. But, in terms of capabilities, advanced anti-submarine warfare suites, which would have been required at this stage, it's a very basic warship. Technology would be 20, 30 years old at the very least. It didn't have much of a chance against any submarine. But Iran being a friend of India, and upon being invited by India, their Navy appears to have sent this particular ship to the International Fleet Review, which gets held every couple of years at the off Visakhapatnam. It's been held in the past off Mumbai as well. It's a part of India's outreach in the Indian Ocean region, in the maritime context, other countries as well. I'll try and pull up some details on the Iris Dana.
We've got a picture of that ship up on our screen, Vishnu.
Yeah, we've got a picture. It's got a main gun, obviously. It's got a very basic. So I've pulled up some data that I have on the Iris Dana. It is a frigate, all right? It's not a destroyer. It's a frigate. And in terms of capabilities, it's a Muj class frigate, as they call it. It's only 1,500 tons, which would make it a very, very small, a relatively small frigate, more in the displacement category of a corvette than a frigate. It's got 175 millimeter rapid fire auto gun. You can actually see that in the front. It's got just 4 Chinese built C-802 surface to surface missiles. Only 4 is what it could carry. It could carry 2 triple 324 millimeter light torpedoes, but again, carrying torpedoes and making them effective against extremely advanced submarines, assuming it was a submarine which took apart this warship. You need to have very advanced sonar suites. I doubt that this really had it. And it's just got two, Iranian-made surface-to-air missiles of a very short range. So not much of a warship in that sense. It's been around for a few years. It did participate in 2026, just recently at the International Fleet Review. And so it does have it can carry one Bell helicopter as well, which the Iranians would sometimes deploy. But again, it was laid down in 2012. It was launched in 2015, commissioned in 2021. So in that sense, it's relatively new to the Iranian fleet. But as I've mentioned, the Iranian fleet is very basic. The Iranians aren't really counting on their frontline warships to cause any damage in the Persian Gulf region. The fact that this information has come in of a possible submarine attack at a time of war, it seems possible, quite strongly possible, that number one, the survivors would have told the Sri Lankan rescuers that this was a submarine attack. They would know this right away based on the impact point that a submarine's torpedo makes. If a submarine's torpedo include particularly an ATCAP torpedo Mark 48, which the US Navy operates off its submarines, it strikes the keel of the ship and it actually breaks the keel of the ship in two. And both parts on occasion, I've seen these exercises where they actually separate. Now that anybody got out of that submarine of that warship, that's fairly incredible. There was a distress call made to the Sri Lankans. At last count, more than 100 people were missing. I have reached out to the Indian Navy for word on this, but I don't have anything from them at the moment. Shiv?
Vishnu, I just want to read out something that I'm getting right now from the Sri Lankan government. Okay, first of all, viewers tuning in right now, this is the big breaking story that Vishnu and I are bringing to you here on NDTV. We're being very careful with the facts because some of the facts have still not emerged and they're not categorically confirmed just yet. But the potential that this story could be one of the biggest coming out of the ongoing unfolding war between the US, Israel and Iran makes this one of the biggest stories we've ever reported, and it's happening in India's backyard. Now, the ship on your screen is the Iris Dana. It's an Iranian Navy frigate. It's a warship that was attending a multi-nation naval convention in India's Visakhapatnam. It was on its way back to Iran when it sank mysteriously off the coast of Sri Lanka after issuing some kind of a distress call early this morning. According to to information that we have, there was no immediate information, Vishnu, available about the cause of the problem with the Iranian warship. The 180-person crew issued a distress call at dawn. Sri Lanka's Foreign Minister Vijita Herath said 2 Sri Lankan Navy ships and an aircraft were deployed for the rescue operation, but he did not specify what caused the Iranian warship to sink. No apparent or visible reason for the ship to sink, which to our defense correspondent minds sounds like a submarine attack or a torpedo attack, because in a submarine attack you don't see anything, Vishnu.
Yeah, Shiv, it was sunk. I think, and we can keep speculating on what it was, but it was sunk, and I think it's a fair estimate that it was as a result of US action. I would like to point out that Press TV Iran is now reporting that they, after having fired ballistic missiles, have struck an American destroyer in the Indian Ocean. I'm just going to read through this Press TV copy, which has just come in. The Revolutionary Guards Corps has announced striking an American destroyer in the Indian Ocean, hundreds of kilometers away from Iran's borders. The Corps issued the statement on Tuesday saying that the warship had been hit using Ghadar 380 and Taleya missiles. The Ghadar is a medium-range ballistic missile with a range of 2,000 kilometers. The Taleya is a strategic cruise missile. The destroyer was refueling from an American tanker when it was hit, is what they've said. So, we are not unfamiliar, Shiv, you and I, on this at all, that there are claims and counterclaims. What makes this particular submarine story, credible is the fact that, it's been reported by Reuters. They've got quotes from, or they've got source-based information from the Sri Lankan armed forces. The Sri Lankans have responded to that distress call. But, if you just look at what's been taking place in the last, 24 hours or 48 hours, ever since those 3 US Air Force F-15s were knocked out, initially there was a sense that they were knocked out by surface-to-air missiles. Then the Iranians came in and said that they were knocked down by Kuwaiti surface-to-air missiles in a blue-on-blue incident. Then the Iranians came in and said that, no, we have downed these aircraft. Then it now emerges that it could have been an F-18 fighter from the Kuwaiti Air Force, which actually downed them. Two claims that this warship was downed by a submarine, to counter claims that the Iranians were hitting American destroyers. There is a lot of narrative building in this, which is why, a credible satellite imagery, and this is few and far behind, is the only way for us as independent journalists to actually discern the impact of strikes which takes place. Because in a situation like this, particularly when wars at one level are fought on social media as well, because perception management is seen to be so important, the real truth rarely emerges on a real-time basis. The truth has a way of coming out, but it does take a little bit of time. So that's what we are getting. I wouldn't be surprised at all if this was an American attack. In fact, in the last couple of hours, in the last 24 hours, the US CENTCOM has said openly in a statement that they intend to sink the entire Iranian Navy. So that's that.
This is an absolutely mind-blowing escalation, even in the context of what we're seeing happen over land and in the air over Iran at this point of time, viewer. And I want to give you context for this because Vishnu, I and Aditya, who are bringing you this story right now, are treading very, very cautiously on this. And this is something that we take very seriously here on NDTV. It is all a story that began with a Reuters report which claimed that Sri Lankan Navy sources had said that the Iranian ship that you see on your screen called the Iris Dana was sunk by a submarine, an unidentified submarine in the Indian Ocean somewhere off the coast of Sri Lanka. It issued a distress call after being hit, and therefore the Sri Lankan Navy sent 2 ships and aircraft to rescue people, but over 100 people on board that ship, which is an Iranian Navy frigate, which was returning, by the way, from Visakhapatnam and heading back to Iran, issued a distress call after being hit, but 101 personnel on board that ship are still missing at this point of time. So this is a live situation. Now, if indeed a submarine has struck, and Vishnu says he believes it is, we are waiting for more categorical information from the Sri Lankan Navy, from the US Navy most importantly, and perhaps from the Indian Navy, if they can give us some information, because this is literally the Indian Navy's backyard where this reported to have happened. This is a major, major escalation and brings, I cannot remember the last time a submarine sank a warship, in recent memory. I cannot think of it. I don't know when it happened, but this is something that takes the level of this war entirely upward. Aditya continues to be with us. He's live with us from Tel Aviv. He's on the coast. Aditya, this is a sort of mind-bending news break that's coming right now. We've been reporting this story as it happens far away in Iran and Israel, where you are. Now we hear about an Iranian vessel that was docked in India until a few days ago, being sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka, which is right here next to India, right in India's backyard, and according to Reuters, possibly by an American submarine.
Massive development and an escalation. It's a fluid developing story that's coming out. As you rightly pointed out, it's live happening right now. We are trying to get more details from Sri Lanka. I've reached out to Vijay, who is, of course, the foreign minister of Sri Lanka. He hasn't responded as yet, but the initial statements that we have so far clearly indicate that this particular Iranian vessel was on its way from Visakhapatnam back to Iran. That's when early morning today it sent in a distress call, and thereafter there were many people who were rescued from it. 78 people have been wounded. 32 out of them have been shifted to a hospital, and 101 remain missing. At least one looks like has been killed or has died in this entire operation. Was it the US submarine? That is anybody's guess. But officially, we don't have anything either from the Sri Lankan side or from the American Navy till now. The Indian Navy has also not commented on it. It seems that everybody is monitoring the development very, very closely. And the first word certainly would be coming in from the Sri Lankan Navy, which only said that there was a distress call that was received and they acted immediately and a rescue operation was started. So the war theater is not restricted to the Middle East anymore now. The war theater has widened much more, especially from land to water now in the Indian Ocean. We were discussing, Shiv, since morning, and Vishnu, about the state of Hormuz, of how it is the main shipping corridor and how the blockade could impact global economy, especially when we talk about oil tankers passing through that entire region. Now, it is the Indian Ocean also that has been engulfed into this entire Middle Eastern war between Iran on one side and US and Israel on the other, and several other allies also being engulfed in this entirely. There are now reports coming in also, Shiv, of fresh Israeli airstrikes in Tehran and in Tabriz of Iran. What I can tell you is that in Tabriz, police stations of the besieged forces have been attacked, and in Tehran, a senior commander of the IRGC has been attacked. This even as we continue to focus on the developments in the Indian Ocean, where, of course, an Iranian vessel has now been impacted, and of course, it has been sunk and destroyed. And there are rescue operations that are currently underway. Whether there are more casualties, we'll learn in the next few minutes. But many of those who were inside that have been, in fact, rescued. They are in the hospital with the Sri Lankan Navy. And there are many more that are still being rescued. We are awaiting for an official word from both the Sri Lankan Navy and the Sri Lankan Foreign Minister. The Indian Navy also monitoring the development, but hasn't come out with any statement so far. But it is a massive escalation that we are witnessing. The Iranians on their part are also, in fact, saying that they've attacked a US destroyer. But is it disinformation? Is it a reality? There is no way of checking unless there is an official statement that comes.
And we're awaiting that official statement. And, you know, in the realm of submarine warfare, I wonder whether any kind of official statement will even come out. Is there a precedent for something like this? We are in Trump's world, Vishnu, you know, but even Trump is not above, saying my submarines have gone and sunk an Iranian Navy warship.
Okay. So 2 points on this. Number one, I slightly disagree with Aditya and you. I believe in the context of an open war, sinking a ship is par for course. America is doing what they've already said that they would do. The second point, and I think this is interesting, it's very, very rare for a submarine to take out a surface warship. The last time it happened was in 2016 when there was a North Korean midget submarine which took out a South Korean corvette, and prior to that it was in 1982 during the Falklands Islands War when a Royal Navy submarine took out a large warship of the Argentine Navy. So in 44 years, this is the third time that something like this is taking place. Shiv, for three times, including this in 44 years.
Okay, very, very interesting. And this is the reason why perspective is important here. And Aditya and Vishnu will continue to be with me. Captain D.K. Sharma, former spokesperson of the Indian Navy, is also live with me on this breaking story, this evolving situation. Captain Sharma, welcome. Nothing confirmed just yet, some contradictory reports, but we are hearing that the IRIS Dina, which is an Iranian Navy warship which had just attended the Milan multi-nation naval meet in Visakhapatnam, on its way back has been sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka. Reuters is quoting Sri Lankan naval sources as saying it was a submarine attack, possibly, we are conjecturing, possibly an American submarine. Nothing confirmed just yet. Your first reading of this situation, Captain Sharma?
Well, Shiv, good evening, first of all, and very, very unfortunate incident which has happened. But what I was also gathering was initially that, a ship has ran aground and then so many people have been picked up. But what is emerging now is that the casualties are what you are saying. Only 32, 31 people have been rescued, and the ship probably, I'm saying I'm not very sure, but indications are that there is a kind of an explosion. Now, explosion caused by what? It is not a missile. So it's an underwater explosion. Now, what has happened in the engine room, or it has been struck with a torpedo, which we are only conjecturing at this moment, but suddenly a ship going down. You see, Shiv, there are a few, events which happen in a time span. Even if you are hit by a missile, the ship, comes under fire. There is a lot of explosions. People, take up their safety gears and abandon the ship. But in this case, we are seeing 150 deaths suddenly and the ship sinking. There is much more to it which meets the eye, and sooner or later we will get to know. And as we are aware now, this is the 16th or the 17th ship that the US is saying that they have sunk. So it might be one more on the list, but happening here so far away, next to Sri Lankan coast, and she's on a passage. She's on a passage coming back from our IFR. She was a part of Milan. So it is just 3-4 days back that she has pulled off from that exercise and was coming back, and this has happened. So the events, as they seem on surface, do not match up to such a kind of a tragedy, because every navy, I must tell you, every navy sends the best ship for an event like this, whether it's the IFR or the Australian, fleet review. So ships which are sent out for diplomatic missions are ready, well trained, worked up, and ready for any kind of eventuality and these ceremonial events. So it can't be that the ship was, having some problems, or if they had the problems, they sailed out from there.
And Captain Sharma, you're saying that the reported casualty count of over 100 people missing and only 32 people rescued, that tells you that it is possibly a submarine attack?
Sir, had it been a kind of a missile attack, we know it, how it happens. The missile comes and hits, then the ship is on fire.
Yeah.
You have enough time. You have enough time because the damage created by a missile, which is above the surface of water, is localized. Whereas if you have a damage below the surface of water, the ship splits into two. The reaction time to the crew is almost negligible when you are hit from below the waterline. And that is the difference between missile warfare and undersea warfare. That is why it is so dangerous to come anywhere near the submarine operating areas and become, susceptible to attacks like this. This is what is submarine warfare, but I'm not sure whether it has been hit by a submarine or there has been a kind of explosion in, underwater compartments that everything is gone within a jiffy.
The rescue operation that has taken place happened early this morning, Captain Sharma. There has been no statement that's come out categorically from the Sri Lankan Navy, no words at all from the US Navy or from the Iranian Navy. They are talking separately about other incidents right now. We also know that when it comes to submarine warfare, most things happen very secretively. Usually these things
secretively
are
and very, very fast.
Could that be one of the reasons why we're not hearing anything?
Shiv, it will come out eventually because somebody will speak. These people who have gone to the hospital, they will give their statements. And the very fact that...
DK, if you just hold on for half a second, I've got a bit of an update on this particular story. The Sri Lankan Navy spokesperson, Buddhika Sampath, we've got a quote from him. He says, though it was beyond our waters, it is within our search and rescue region. We are the first responders as per international obligations. We found people floating in the water and rescued them. Later on, we found upon inquiring that they belonged to the Iranian ship. We swiftly transferred them to the Karapitya Teaching Hospital, where they're undergoing treatment. We suspect the dead bodies also belong to the same ship as we found them in the demarcated area. All right, so just a couple of statements over there. We will do technical investigations following the rescue and operations. As the Sri Lanka Navy, we completely reject these reports. I'm not sure what reports he is rejecting. Anyway, this incident is still being treated as an accident, I think is what they're looking at. He said he cannot at this moment, share more details on this. So that's all that we have. I mean, in terms of the rescue operation.
Correct, Vishnu. That is what I'm saying. That whether it is an underwater explosion in an engine room or something, that what has happened is still not known. But once these people who are in the hospitals, they will start, giving their statements, and the things will corroborate that what happened, how much time was the reaction time, how many seconds, how many minutes, how many hours, and how many hours they were floating after that, and how swiftly the ship has gone down. Vishnu, you know it, Shiv, you know it, how things happen at sea. If it is of this magnitude, if it is a small crack somewhere, you try and, do damage control, you try and, counterbalance, you do this pumping out of water bulges and try and make sure that you reach the next, the next possible port somehow. But if in the middle of the night you are, some catastrophe has happened. Now, what is the catastrophe? It can be only 2, 3. whether it was an onboard explosion, or it has been hit by something, or it has been hit by something which was underwater. Nothing beyond that. I don't see anything beyond these three things.
I can suggest, Shiv, that the US would come out with a statement if they have knocked out this warship. It would be a very deliberate statement and a message that they're directly sending the Iranians, like, look, no, we went ahead and we did this. This also comes significantly, Shiv, on a day in which the Israeli Air Force went on record to say that an F-35 aircraft of theirs downed an Iranian Yak-130 trainer, which is a small aircraft.
Vishnu, stay with me for a moment. The Sri Lankan Navy's spokesperson, Commander Sampath, is on the phone line with me from Sri Lanka. Commander Sampath, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV. We are reporting the many strands of this story that are coming out about the IRIS Dana, the Iranian warship from which many people have been rescued by your Navy. Can you tell us what happened, sir? Can you give us the factual position? Commander Sampath, can you hear me? Commander Sampath, okay, we're going to try and re-establish that line. Vishnu, we had Commander Sampath for a moment. I think there's a problem with the line, or maybe he's busy. We'll try and bring him back in on this. But yeah, Vishnu, you were saying?
No, I was saying that this comes on a day in which the Israeli Air Force has said that it shot down an Iranian aircraft, a Yak-130, which is a trainer, using an F-35. So, there's been that claim as well. It was countered by a claim by the Iranians saying that they shot down an aircraft of the Israelis. Again, there's no evidence or anything to suggest that. But I would suspect, Shiv, that, knocking down a warship, sinking it, is a very large, deliberate act. It is something that happens in open warfare, which is what we are in. And I do suspect the Americans would come out with some sort of statement sooner than later on this. It's too large an incident, sinking a warship, even though it's a small warship. There are more than 100 dead. That's a very significant number. I do expect the Americans would come out with a statement one way or the other.
Okay, so I agree with Vishnu. I think, if this is indeed a US submarine attack that has sunk an Iranian naval warship in India's backyard off the coast of Sri Lanka, it is very, very likely that there will be a statement from the United States. The old protocols of secrecy over submarine warfare certainly do not apply to Trump's America. This is something that he will most likely want to trumpet if it is indeed true. It's, remember, night in the United States right now, so we're hopefully awaiting more clarity on this from anyone, including the Indian Navy. Vishnu's in touch with the Indian Navy as well to see if we can get some kind of clarity on this. But Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, former a naval veteran, a former flag officer, commanding-in-chief of the Indian Navy, is with us as well. Admiral Chawla, good to have you on this developing story. It's always valuable to have someone like you as we try and decode, this perplexing development that has taken place off the coast of Sri Lanka, where a Reuters report says that the IRIS Dana, which is a Iranian frigate which was at the Milan convention just a couple of days ago, was on its way back, sent out a distress call and has sunk. The Reuters report suggests that it may have been a submarine that sank it. That's what sources in the Sri Lankan Navy have also said. But there appears to be a bit of a fog around this. With your best judgment, sir, what do you think may have happened?
Thank you, Shiv, for having me on. I think it's part of the war. I mean, while we don't have confirmed knowledge of what caused the sinking, the speculation is it's a submarine attack because of the way that the ship has sunk all of a sudden, and I think Captain Sharma mentioned that. But the fact that the president of the USA has publicly announced, as also the CENTCOM commander, that one of the primary targets of the war is the Iranian Navy. And today they have claimed to have sunk 17 ships and also hold the only operational submarine as per their input. It is possibly part of the entire plan. And since they have a very good domain awareness, they would have known that this ship is making its passage back from the east coast of India. And it was attacked, as it has been brought out, by the Sri Lankan Navy outside their territorial waters. So it seems to be part of the overall plan in which the Iranian Navy is being neutralized. And the principal purpose of that is two. First, of course, that the US carriers that are operating close off the coast of Iran in the North Arabian Sea, it is for their safety, because the ship was also carrying surface missiles. And the second is that, of course, the Strait of Hormuz has to be kept open. So that's one of the stated objectives. And if they can neutralize the maritime capability, it will go a long way in ensuring that. So I suspect it is part of the overall plan, but we'll probably get to know more as time goes on.
But you're saying, Admiral Chawla, that given what's happening right now in the air and the land war, this would not surprise you if, if there is a confirmation in the hours ahead that this was indeed a US submarine sinking in an Iran warship. It would sort of tie up with everything else that we're seeing. That's what you're saying?
Absolutely. I mean, in the sense, we have to await the statement, if any, that comes out from the American side. They may or may not confirm the weapon used, because that is not normally mentioned for security of the platform, particularly of that of a submarine. But if they have done that, they would probably at some stage make a statement on this. But it's not really surprising in view of the fact that the Iranian Navy is one of the principal targets of this conflict.
When this ship was at the Milan, multi-nation naval meet at Visakhapatnam, Admiral Chawla, and it was making its way back, wouldn't the ship's crew have known that they were, vulnerable, that they would be possibly targeted, especially given that the Trump administration, the US CENTCOM had said that the Iranian Navy is directly in their sights. They're going to try and sink every ship. Did they not have a choice, or did they have to sail out and try and get back?
No, absolutely. They would have known that since they are at a state of war, that this would be a warship is target in a state of war, a fair target in any case. But being a single ship, and this is a small ship, it's not a large ship, it's a corvette, it's a 1,500-ton ship.
Yes.
So their situational awareness, their knowledge of what's happening around them, and I suspect they may not have much of anti-submarine warfare capabilities. I have not seen really the capability of the ship. I know it's armed with surface-to-surface missiles, but a small ship like this would have very limited anti-submarine warfare capabilities, in its sort of entire capability which it has. So even if it had known that it will be attacked, I suppose it had to get back. Generally, in situations like this, ships or the ships that are outside the country, either they join in the battle or then they seek harbor or refuge in some neutral country, which the ship could have attempted. That is also legally permissible. But then it is probably chosen or was scheduled to get back, or maybe would plan of some larger plan that they had of using it as part of the combat in the North Arabian Sea. One doesn't really know those plans. But yes, obviously they would have known that they would be targeted.
Because that would make it almost like a sort of suicidal mission. I don't want to oversimplify things, because these are obviously complex decisions at the military level. But Vishnu, you want to jump in on this, because for the lay viewer watching this, with all that we've discussed so far, would be wondering why this ship would even venture out when the entire Iranian Navy is under attack. They obviously know that the Indian Ocean is going to be, a sort of fair game hunting ground for the US Navy, if the stated purpose by the Trump administration was that they're going to sink every Iranian Navy ship in sight.
Well, what we do have is photographs of this vessel. We've got them up on the screen. These are very recent pictures from the 19th of February, 2024. So it's 2020. So this ship... so this is interesting. This ship was actually in India for Milan 2024 as well.
Yeah.
She's returned this year.
Correct.
She's returned this year.
It's come from Visakhapatnam, Vishnu. It departed from Visakhapatnam.
Yeah, that's right. But the point that I'm making is that it's the second time the same ship has visited the International Fleet Review, Milan in Visakhapatnam. The last time this very same ship was in Visakhapatnam was in 2024. And the images that you see are from 2024 of this ship. Now, in a situation like this, they are under orders, and they would have asked and they would have been given orders to go back home. It is a warship. It's meant to face threats. Their entire country, the entire fighting apparatus of Iran is exposed at the Straits. They are attacking themselves with some impact, I might add, using their drones and their ballistic missiles. And yes, while their navy doesn't stand a chance against any of the navies in that area, they were ordered to go back. So they would have been wanting to cross the Straits of Hormuz, get into, let us say, Bandar Abbas or other ports and get home. But the very same ports that they were trying to get into were being actively sort of targeted. When she would have left the International Fleet Review, there would not have been a war, right? So she was already on her way with no real place to go to. And I'm not sure India would necessarily have harbored this particular ship. It would certainly have been a diplomatic query and a diplomatic issue if we were picking sides in this particular conflict.
Also joining our coverage, because we are going to be staying with this story for at least a little while longer, but I do suspect it's going to be a little bit of a while before we get some clarity from the United States, because the information must be being pieced together at this point of time until it can be released to the public, if in fact that is what is going to happen. Commodore R.S. Vasan, veteran of the Indian Navy and regional director with the National Maritime Foundation in Tamil Nadu, is also with us. Commodore Vasan, welcome. Very quickly, how are you reading this unfolding situation, sir? Not much official information coming out other than the fact that an Iranian Navy corvette or a very small frigate has sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka. Mysteriously, over 100 people are reported to be lost. Very few people have been rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy. No apparent explosion of any kind. A Reuters report says a submarine has sunk it, according to sources in the Sri Lankan Navy. How do you see this, Commodore Vasan?
Yeah, good evening, and I am not here in the early part of the discussion, so I'm not very sure as to what all has been said. My point is very simple. There's not much in the public domain, and therefore, all that we can now do is only speculate as to the real cause.
Yeah.
So if it is sunk without explosion, it's possible that it's not been hit by submarine, but even that we do not know. So all that we can say is that, there was an emergency necessitating its crew to abandon the ship, and Sri Lankan Navy and its Air Force units who are close by carried out a humanitarian task of rescuing the people who are alive. And those people who are there definitely would have indicated what is it that happened. So I think Sri Lanka has already said that they're not releasing any official footage of the rescue operations. Rightly so, because it is sensitive at this moment. So I think, as Vishnu brought out, this was someone who already participated in the IFR. Not a very old ship. It's only about 10, 12 years old. And therefore, I do not think that the material state of this some 1,500 tonnage ship was poor. The Iranians also maintained the ship fairly well. So I don't think it had anything to do with the material condition of the ship.
Yeah.
And it was on this passage back after the IFR as was being made out. So it's possible that if the war had not broken out, he would have visited some more ships, including some more ports on the west coast in the North Arabian Sea, and then returned. Okay. So the people who have been rescued definitely would indicate as to what is the cause, what is it that made the ship go down. But at this moment, all that we can do sitting here is to speculate and say that A would have happened, or B would have happened, or C would have happened.
We have an official statement from the Sri Lankan Navy. Let's just play that out very quickly for our viewers.
So early morning MRCC received a distress signal. Though it was beyond our waters, but it is within our search and rescue region. So as we are a maritime nation, we are obliged to respond. We are the first responders as per the international obligation. So Navy swiftly coordinated with the Maritime Rescue Coordinating Center, and also we disseminate this information to the Sri Lanka Air Force and Coast Guard as well. And we launch and dispatch our craft with all the necessary rescue team and the necessary devices to render humanitarian assistance, and we reached up to that location and continue doing this search operation. So while doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them, and later on subsequently when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karachi Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continue in the search and rescue operation in that particular area with the calculation of weather condition and the maritime all the maritime related calculation, and we are continuing the rescue operation, search and rescue operation in that particular area. And also we have found some dead bodies in that particular area, and we suspect these bodies are belongs to the same ship because we found these things in the particular search and rescue area, I mean the demarcated area. So being maritime nation, and as per the conventions in the search and rescue and the UNCLOS, we are obliged to respond any of distress out at sea, whether it is a ship, fishing vessel or fishing craft or the aircraft. We are the first responders. So Navy along with the Coast Guard and the Air Force, we responded positively and swiftly, and we could able to rescue 32 survivors, and still we are doing the search and rescue operation in the particular area. That is the updation right now. As of now, it is the update, latest one. Actually, once we received the distress signal and we dispatched the first craft, and early morning when they reached up to that place, we could not find the ship, but we found slight oil patch and the floating life raft in that particular area, and we started doing searching survivals in that particular area, because we understood that the survivors should be in the water.
Captain D.K. Sharma wants to come in on this. Captain Sharma, you've just heard what the Sri Lankan Navy spokesperson has said. You want to add to that?
There are very important three things which I would like to highlight over here. First of all, the accident or the incident, wherever it has happened, it is just off Point Galley. So these are the most busy lines of communication, and also the traffic separation scheme of ships. These are two lanes, like you go on the highway. There are two lanes over there. One is for upgoing traffic and a downcoming traffic. That is east to west and west to east. The sinking, reported sinking, is just outside this, which means that a lot of ships were there in the area, but we also know that around 3,200 cargo vessels are, and the energy carrying ships are bottled up in Suez, this Persian Gulf. So the traffic might have been a little less. Number two, I want to bring in the importance of the maritime domain awareness, which the US rules the roost. They know the position of their enemies, their friends 24/7. So, talking about IRIS, Dana coming out from Visakhapatnam, it would have been tracked 24/7 by their ships, by their satellites. So, joining the dots, they have selected, if they have done it. I'm not saying it, I still say maybe an accident, maybe something has gone wrong, and maybe something which we are all talking about. But all these are speculations. But 150 people dead in a flash, and then the rest are being picked up, and the ship is nowhere to be seen. So all these things do not add up to the story of a damage from inside, because that takes time. And Admiral Chawla is there; he knows it. The ships are not supposed to be sinking like 9 pins. So it is something bigger than that. It is something graver than that, and it will come out, because once these people start talking what kind of blast has happened, and the people and the story will be corroborated, and everything will come on.
Admiral Chawla, I want to ask you that would the people who've been rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy and who are in hospital right now, when they are spoken to, would they be able to very clearly share what kind of an explosion it was, and would they be able to tell whether it was a submarine attack?
Yes, actually, under the in the international law of armed conflict, they are not obliged to. They're only obliged to give basic information,
right?
The name, number, etc. But I'm sure this would definitely come out, as Captain Sharma has mentioned, because if there's been explosion, because he mentioned that the sailors have been injured. I mean, while it was not explicitly stated what sort of injury, but since they've been taken to the hospital, obviously it means that there are injuries apart from their ingestion of water or whatever exposure to the sea. But they were rescued in good time, and the water temperature is is not very cold at this time of the year in this part of the world. So I suspect that they would have been taken there due to some injuries. As also the bodies that have been recovered might have some indication of how they died, unfortunately. So the possibility, as he mentioned, of some sort of a attack or an explosion is more likely.
Yes.
Because if it was a collision with some other ship, then it is known. It's not that difficult to retrace, and that would not cause the ship to sink so immediately. But it seems like it has been struck by some sort of armament, most likely a torpedo in this case.
Yeah.
If it has sunk so fast, and if the casualties are so high, because as was mentioned again by Captain Sharma, if there is a leakage or some sort of other damage and the ship is going down, then there's enough time for the sailors, and they are trained to actually get off the ship into the life rafts. And as such, the life rafts that have been found would have automatically come into play, because the minute the ship goes down, there is a automatic jettisoning of some life raft if they are properly sort of secured in that manner. So it seems most definitely some kind of an attack. And as I mentioned before, in view of the stated aim of the United States of sinking the entire Iranian Navy, it's quite possible that all ships and submarines, Iranian ships and submarines that are in the theater, are obviously targets at the current moment.
Absolutely, as Vishnu said, that in the circumstances, and even given what Trump and the CENTCOM have been saying, this would be categorized as fair game. But I'm going to hold on until we have a little bit more official information, probably just a matter of time before it all becomes very, very clear. And, in the age of Trump and in the world of Trump, secrecy of military operations is certainly a thing of the past. Those protocols, are definitely not followed. And given the way the US military has been trumpeting all of its achievements, I won't be surprised if there is a very explicit statement about this ship having been sunk by a submarine, if indeed that has happened. So all the caveats, all the disclaimers still hold until we have total clarity, because that is the way NDTV reports combat operations. Vishnu, to Admiral Chawla, Captain Sharma and Commodore Vasan, thank you very much for helping us navigate this evolving story here on NDTV. I'm taking a very quick break. I'm back with all the other developments from this unfolding war.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same. Ganti baji, jingle, 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 jingle. Bas aaj ka jingle, 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 jingle. Chal kare thode single, 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 single. Kyunki tu hai single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा! तृणमूल कांग्रेस आज क्यों रोए?
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
West Asia at war. Netanyahu thanks Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth.
Israel opposition leader Yair Lapid speaks to NDTV.
Is there going to be an Iranian Gandhi who will free his own people from oppression? So it's up to them.
Israel Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar on NDTV.
Israel and US going to leave Iran in a complete chaos? Do you think that there will be a civilian leader who could take over?
Not Israel and not US will decide who will lead the Iranian people.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind.
And we've got some breaking news coming in from the domestic front after many days of war coverage. Some political news coming in from Bihar now. Nitish Kumar, the current Chief Minister of Bihar, may be on his way out. He is all set to file his Rajya Sabha nomination soon, is what NDTV's political team is hearing. It's a big political shift that's likely in Bihar. It's the big holy news break. The BJP may claim the Chief Minister's post if Nitish moves to the upper house of Parliament. The JDU could get a Deputy Chief Minister under a new formula that NDTV believes is under discussion. Power sharing talks have intensified from Patna to Delhi between the BJP and the JDU, the alliance partners that rule Bihar. The BJP leadership is contemplating a new chief ministerial face for the state of Bihar, in which the NDA won a handsome victory last year. Nishant Kumar may get an active political role. Speculation of Nishant Kumar as a deputy chief minister. No official confirmation from the BJP or the JDU just yet. I have to say that this is all unofficial at this point of time, but NDTV's political team in Bihar and Delhi confirms that the buzz is very real, and it is quite likely that Nitish Kumar is moving to the upper house of parliament, vacating his chief ministerial chair and making way for a new generation, most likely from the BJP. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Prabhakar Kumar live from Patna. Prabhakar, new chief minister loading in Bihar, old chief minister likely to go to the Rajya Sabha.
Yeah, and this the biggest political development of Bihar happened on the Holy Day. You can see my face colored here, but we had to rush to the office because of this speculation which was actually making round, and Nitish Kumar may be on his way out, though it is officially not confirmed, but it is likely that he might file his nomination tomorrow for the Rajya Sabha. Remember, tomorrow is the last day for the filing of the nomination for the Rajya Sabha. So he may be on his way out. The chief minister's chair would most likely go to the BJP, and his son Nishant Kumar would make a debut in politics as a deputy chief minister. Remember, in the earlier formula which we had in Bihar, Nitish Kumar was the chief minister and there were two deputy chief ministers from BJP, so that would in all probability be repeated, and JDU will have the two deputy chief minister. One of them would be Nishant Kumar, who has been away from the politics so far, but he would be making his entry, a debut into the politics. That is what the political speculation is all about today.
Prabhakar, nothing official coming out from the JDU or the BJP at this point of time. We understand that some kind of power sharing formula is under discussion. Is that likely to be an easy conversation, or could there be some friction there?
If Nitish Kumar has decided as to quit the chair of the chief minister, then it would be certainly easy, because then the BJP will want that the chief minister's chair. What we are learning from the JDU sources is that JDU did not wanted that chief minister's chairs to go to BJP, and they wanted to retain it for some other member of their own party, which probably BJP has not agreed upon. So the chief minister's chair might actually go to BJP, and the same formula which the present government has as to JDU having the chief minister and the BJP having the deputy chief minister, that role will be reversed. So the BJP will now have the chief minister here in Bihar, and the JDU will have two deputy chief ministers. That is what we are learning from our sources here.
Stay with me, Prabhakar. Manoranjan Bharti, managing editor, is also live with me. मनोरंजन जी, क्या सुनने में आ रहा है? नीतीश कुमार राज्यसभा जाएंगे, नया चीफ मिनिस्टर आएंगे बिहार में. अभी तक ये सारा स्पेक्यूलेशन है, कुछ ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया, लेकिन ग्रेपवाइन पे आप क्या सुन रहे हैं?
देखिए, कल तक हम और प्रभाकर रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे कि निशांत कुमार आएंगे राज्यसभा, और उसकी चर्चा हो रही थी, और दूसरा आदमी कौन आएगा उसके बारे में बात हो रही थी. लेकिन अब जो है स्थिति बदल चुकी है. हुआ ये है कि बीजेपी के जेडीयू के बड़े नेता आज एक कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष दिल्ली आए. दिल्ली में उनकी बीजेपी के कुछ बड़े नेताओं से मुलाकात हुई. उसके बाद वो वापस पटना गए और सीधे मुख्यमंत्री का आवास गए, और उसके बाद से ये खबर आने लगी कि नीतीश कुमार ही राज्यसभा में आएंगे. किसी को इसके बारे में कोई भनक नहीं थी. मैंने एक नीतीश कुमार के एक सुजातीय नेता है, कुर्मी नेता है, उनको फोन किया. उनके नाम की भी चर्चा थी कि शायद वो राज्यसभा में आएंगे. तो उन्होंने कहा कि मनोरंजन, ये आज जो है वो सदमे का दिन है. स्थिति बदल गई है, दिल्ली से आदेश आया है और सत्ता बदल रही है. तो फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने बोला कि बाकी आप समझदार है, आप समझ जाइए. तो मैंने बोला सर मैं समझ गया, आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं. तो ये है बिहार की कहानी. और बिहार की कहानी में होली के दिन, जिसमें कि आज हमारे और सब बिहारियों के प्रभाकर के भी रंग नहीं उतरे हैं, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री बदल रहे हैं. और जो बेटा जिसके बारे में कह रहे थे कि राज्यसभा में आएगा, वो डिप्टी सीएम होगा और बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा. बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री में निश्चित रूप से जो सम्राट चौधरी है उनका नाम सबसे आगे है, क्योंकि यदि आप एक कुर्मी नेता को हटाते हैं तो एक ओबीसी ही आपको बनाना पड़ेगा वहां पे, कोयरी जाति से आते हैं। लेकिन बीजेपी आपको हमेशा सरप्राइज करती है। आपने राजस्थान में देखा, आपने मध्य प्रदेश में देखा, यहाँ तक कि आपने बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के नाम में देखा। तो कोई भी बन सकता है, लेकिन देखते हैं क्या होता है।
Prabhakar, what is on Nitish Kumar's mind right now? Would he be okay with such a move? Is this his choice? Is it somebody else's decision? Explain that to us.
See, I had a word when this actually news started making round. I had a word with very few senior leaders of the JDU, and what they told me that it's the decision of Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar wanted to actually give way to the new generation. He now realizes that he's not physically and mentally so well that he can actually, he should continue on this chair. So he wanted a graceful exit. So this is his formula of a graceful exit from the Chief Minister. Remember, Nitish Kumar has been the longest serving Chief Minister. His party leaders, however, are divided on this, and many of them have been for the last 2 days trying to convince him that this would not be a right decision. This would rather be a suicidal decision, politically speaking. But Nitish Kumar somehow is adamant on this particular decision, that he would actually like to go to Rajya Sabha, have a much leisure life there, relaxed life there, rather than sitting on the Chief Minister's chair here in Bihar. And as far as his son's debut in the politics is concerned, he has kept bum on that. His party leaders have proposed that his son should be entering politics and should be given a reasonably responsible position, and Nitish Kumar kept mum on that. So that is kind of agreement on what his party leaders have proposed so far.
Okay, so we do know that Nitish Kumar has not kept very good health for a long time, so this may be a dignified exit from the Chief Minister's chair for him. Manoranjan ji, नीतीश कुमार के साथ इन टच कौन है, उनसे कौन बात कर रहा है अभी, उनके मन में क्या हो रहा है अभी, आपको क्या लगता है?
देखिए, दो तरह के वहाँ पे रिपोर्ट है। एक जो है कि जो अपर कास्ट लीडरशिप है, वो जो उनकी जाति के नेता है, जब आप उनसे बात करोगे ओबीसी नेताओं से, उनके जो इर्द गिर्द है, उनका कहना है कि वो जो हाईजैक हो चुके हैं एक वो अपर कास्ट नेताओं के जरिए। लेकिन हमें बहुत सारे नेताओं को ये लगता था कि जब तक निशांत कुमार है वो अपने पिताजी को प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, उनको तब तक वो रखेंगे चीफ मिनिस्टर। इतनी जल्दी ये सब चीज होगा, ये किसी के समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि ये इतनी जल्दी कैसे हुआ। नीतीश कुमार ने ये निर्णय कैसे लिया, इसमें निशांत की क्या भूमिका है। यदि नीतीश कुमार छोड़ते हैं मुख्यमंत्री का पद और राज्यसभा में आते हैं तो एक युग का अंत होगा बिहार में, और मुझे लगता है कि इसके साथ ही जेडीयू का भी अंत की शुरुआत आप कर सकते हैं। एंड ऑफ द बिगिनिंग जिसको आप इंग्लिश में कहते हैं, उसकी शुरुआत हो जाएगी। एक पार्टी धीरे धीरे जो है वो खत्म होती जाएगी, आधे लोग बीजेपी में जाएंगे और जो ओबीसीज है वो शायद आरजेडी में चले जाए।
Manoranjan Bharti and Prabhakar Kumar breaking the story first here on NDTV. Thank you very much for that. Very important that this news is coming out on Holi, which is obviously very auspicious, and it is no coincidence that this is coming out on Holi, because the people who want this story to come out want it to come out on Holi, because there are all kinds of connections that will be made there as well. But we told you first, and we will continue to report this big Holi Day buzz from the beautiful state of Bihar, that its veteran Chief Minister Nitish Kumar may be hanging up his chief ministerial boots and heading to Delhi to take office in the Rajya Sabha. If that happens, well, it's a big shift. Who will the next Chief Minister be? We don't know yet. We've just shown you what the names are that are doing the rounds, but we'll have to wait until a decision is made. All the big political news breaks on that will be first here, I promise you, on NDTV. Very quick break, much more coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
As per reports, a submarine attack on an Iranian warship off the coast of Sri Lanka has left at least 101 people missing, 1 dead and 78 injured. It was unclear who or if any attacked the ship, which sources told Reuters has now sunk. Iran's big statement on the Strait of Hormuz issue. Sources say only Chinese vessels will be allowed to pass through the narrow passage, which has otherwise been blocked by Iran. An Israeli Air Force F-35 Adir fighter is claimed to have shot down an Iranian Yak-130 light attack trainer aircraft over the skies of Tehran. This marks the first time in the world that a manned fighter jet has been shot down by an F-35 in 10 years of operational service. Iran unleashes fresh attacks on US bases in the Middle East after the US consulate. Iran attacks the US base in Bahrain as well as Qatar. Middle East at war. Netanyahu thanks Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth.
Israel opposition leader Yair Lapid speaks to NDTV.
Is there going to be an Iranian Gandhi who will free his own people from oppression? So it's up to them.
Israel Foreign Minister Gideon Saar on NDTV.
Israel and US going to leave Iran in a complete chaos? Do you think that there will be a civilian leader who could take over?
Not Israel and not US will decide who will lead the Iranian people.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% guaranteed annuity rate for life. PNB MetLife, always ready for life.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay, yeah.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered, 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same. Ganti baji. Jingle, 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 jingle. Bas aaj ka. Jingle, 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 jingle. Chal kare thode. Single, 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 single. Kyunki tu hai. Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Thanks for being with the news here on NDTV. Let's get you straight to the top stories we're tracking at 6 this evening. Iranian warship IRIS Dana sinks off the coast of Sri Lanka after a reported submarine attack, says Reuters. At least 101 people reported missing, 1 confirmed dead and 78 injured. Sri Lankan Navy confirms bodies suspected to be those of crew members recovered. This is a submarine attack reportedly on India's doorstep. Iran's big statement in the Strait of Hormuz issue. Sources say only Chinese vessels will be allowed to pass through the narrow passage which has been otherwise blocked by Iran. It is where 60% of the world's oil flows through. An Israeli Air Force F-35 stealth fighter is claimed to have shot down an Iranian light fighter over the skies of Tehran. This would make it, if true, the first time an F-35 has shot down another piloted aircraft. Iran unleashes fresh attacks on US bases in the Middle East after the US consulate. Iran attacks US bases in Bahrain and Qatar. Political news break by NDTV. A big political twist in Bihar. Sources say Chief Minister Nitish Kumar may be on his way out and upward to the Rajya Sabha in Delhi. BJP likely to take the Chief Minister's chair. Nitish's son likely to become a deputy CM. It is day 5 of the Iran versus Israel and US war, and it is only getting bigger with each passing hour. Now, as per reports, a suspected submarine attack on an Iranian military vessel off the coast of Sri Lanka's coast has just been reported. This Iranian vessel, a warship that was attending a naval convention in India just a few days ago, was on its way back to Iran when it was mysteriously sunk just off the coast of Sri Lanka. Now, according to the Sri Lankan Navy, this ship was sunk in the morning. It sent out a distress signal, and according to reports, 101 people are missing, while the Sri Lankan Navy has rescued 32 people so far. The vessel has sunk, though it remains unclear who may have carried out the alleged attack. Reuters is quoting Sri Lankan Navy sources as saying it was a submarine attack, possibly even an American submarine.
So early morning MRCC received a distress signal, though it was beyond our waters, but it is within our search and rescue region. So as we are a maritime nation, we are obliged to respond. We are the first responders as per the international obligation. So Navy swiftly coordinated with the Maritime Rescue Coordinating Center, and also we disseminate this information to the Sri Lanka Air Force and Coast Guard as well. And we launch and dispatch our craft with all the necessary rescue team and the necessary devices to render humanitarian assistance, and we reached up to that location and continue doing this search operation. So while doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them. And later on, subsequently, when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karachi Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continue in the search and rescue operation in that particular area with the calculation of weather condition and the maritime all the maritime related calculation, and we are continuing the rescue operation, search and rescue operation in that particular area. And also we have found some dead bodies in that particular area, and we suspect these bodies are belongs to the same ship because we found these things in the particular search and rescue area, I mean the demarcated area. So being maritime nation, and as per the conventions in the search and rescue and the UNCLOS, we are obliged to respond any of distress out at sea, whether it is a ship, fishing vessel, or fishing craft, or the aircraft. We are the first responders. So Navy, along with the Coast Guard and the Air Force, we responded positively and swiftly, and we could able to rescue 32 survivors, and still we